good morning. Welcome to coverage of the only county cricket being played anywhere today here at Cheltenham. Final day of the match here between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. Umpires Chris Watts and Neil Pratt on their way, and there has been no declaration by Gloucestershire. Some mutterings amongst the crowd this morning about options and whether Gloucestershire and Glamorgan might try and set up a chase with a lead already, remember, for Glamorgan of 316, or an advantage of 316, but that hasn't manifested itself into anything. So we gather that there were discussions over several scenarios, but they couldn't agree on anything, so it looks like a bonus points type day. Glamorgan obviously have banked 5 already. They can get another 3. Gloucestershire have a couple from their bowling, and they'd like to get 450 down on this. I wonder whether that's possible. They've got obviously at the moment they're facing a 48 overs old ball, which will be quite soft, and you've got a potential of a damp outfield. Although, to be fair, well played to Christian Brain and his grand staff for getting us underway at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, morning Ian. Borada, if you're joining us from the other side of the Severn Bridge, and welcome to a delightful, rather cloudy Cheltenham College. Ball might go through the air a little bit. The other scenario to take out is that Gloucestershire could have a little bit of a collapse here, and possibly the follow-on might come into play.
Well, that's not impossible. So Andy Gorvin is going to open from the college lawn end with keeper Cook standing up, and his first delivery to Chris Dent is pushed out onto the offside. So surprised by the fact that Tim von der Hoesten didn't open, but Gorvin, I suppose, in this situation, if Glamorgan want to learn a bit about Gorvin, then this is an ideal opportunity for him to bowl, when at the start you would think Gloucestershire are not going to be pressing the accelerator pedal too fiercely.
Yeah, here he comes around the wicket. Keeper Chris Cook up, trying to pin Chris Dent back into his crease a little bit. Brings in not only the stumping into play, but also brings in LBW, because Dent can't get out there and negate the movement of the ball.
Actually, one other thing to bear in mind with Glamorgan here, they've got a day in the field, potentially, and they've got only one day before they start at Derby on Monday.
Yeah.
So
Tuesday.
On Tuesday, as you were, yes.
Dent defends that, a little bit of a leading edge, but no harm done.
So I believe they are going from here up to the East Midlands, and then presumably they'll have a fairly gentle day tomorrow, maybe an afternoon net, and then they start again. So they could be in the field today and in the field again on Tuesday, potentially.
Some very nice tourism up in Derbyshire. Heights of Abraham at Buxton. Corvin to Dent, that's a pleasant shot. Can only pick out Van der Hoogten.
So
the mid-on.
You would expect that their bowlers will have the work shared around today.
Yeah, I should imagine so.
Swepson might have a long bowl.
Yeah.
But I wonder what there is in this pitch with quite an old ball at this stage. I mean, we only remember only 5 wickets fell in Friday's play. We had more than 400 runs.
Yeah, you do wonder if it's sweated a little bit under the covers yesterday, as Dent defends that one out into the covers. Carlson
That's
Fields.
the only possibility from Glamorgan's point of view.
Yeah, I can see that going on. Ian, you've turned into a bit of a media sensation over the weekend, haven't you?
Well, not me personally, you understand.
Well, I mean, you've gone viral. Your cup of tea from the other day.
Made by Cameron Hastie.
Well, you like to say that, but
and that is factually correct, of course.
It is factually correct.
And you know that we like factually correct things on the stream.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be factual. It just has to be a good story. That's all we have to have here on this stream, I tell you. That's the end of the over, maiden over by Gorvin. But you've turned into a media sensation, and people are pillaring you all over the place. I mean, one guy has asked for a long prison sentence. One guy has said that corporal punishment is not good enough. And your cup of tea has made it all around the world.
Well,
And wrongly so.
And what?
Wrongly so.
Yes, it was. It wasn't a particularly good offering from Mr. Hasty, it must be honest.
It was a shocker. It was a shocker.
134 for one. Gloucestershire, as they were at the close on Friday. And Ollie Price needs one run for a half century here. Coming off the back, of course, of his 100 at Headingley. And Van der Hoogten is going to bowl from the chapel end, which he didn't do during Friday's play. Bowled 12 overs for 20. And comes in over the wicket. And Price lets that go through to Cook. There are two slips. Lloyd and Northeast are the two slips. Maybe a bit of a slow burner in terms of a crowd today. I suspect people would have wanted to know what the prospects were for play before deciding whether they would come to the ground or not. And of course,
well, judging by the propensity of churches around here,
well,
I think they're all worshipping.
You just took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I think people will go to church first and then come here afterwards.
And they've got a choice here. I mean, there's 4 within our eye line, so I think.
Actually, Jimmer might know this. Normally, there is a service in the chapel during the festival. Is that next Sunday? Do you know? We're going to find out about that because. Normally that is one of the traditions of the festival. Van der Hoogten to Ollie Price again, who lets that go. That's outside the off stump. And Cook again takes. There is a fine leg, no third man though.
A little bit of shape there from Van der Hoogten. Price just being a little bit watchful.
We have, unfortunately, some sad news to bring you this morning, which perhaps I'll do at the end of the over. And it concerns one of the players involved in the 73 Gillette Cup win, so you kind of know where this is heading. Van der Hoogten.
It's the first time he's bowled from the chapel end, I think, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. He's not. He's not express pace, but he's one of those. Really nuggety Australians who just are really competitive.
There's some really good Australian bowlers around who aren't sort of quite on their test side, aren't they? I mean, we saw Nathan McAndrew at Sussex. I'll come on to it after this.
And Van der Hoogten again. Ollie Price not being tempted at the moment.
Nisa another one. Peter Siddle's been good at Somerset.
Yeah.
Matt Henry, always a Kiwi, has been brilliant at Somerset. What a signing he's been. There's been some really good players from the Southern Hemisphere come into county cricket recently, and Van der Hoogten is definitely in that bracket.
Obviously played his T20 cricket internationally for Holland. But as Dan said, barely speaks any Dutch at all. Van der Hoogten again, and again Ollie Price lets that go. So early stages of this fourth day. One ball left in this Van der Hoogten over. So I say it is with much sadness that the club have reported the passing of Roy Sweatman this morning at the age of 89. Of course, played 11 tests for England. Also played at Notts as well as Gloucestershire, but in those early 70s years, here's Van der Hoogten to complete the over, and Ollie Price just gets bat on ball for the first time, just pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Carlson. In those early 70s years, he played in the first 3 rounds of that Gillette Cup win, and then was omitted from the side in favour of Andy Stovall for both the semi-final and the final. But Roy was at Bristol as recently as the Leicestershire home match when there was a gathering of some of the 73 winning team on the former Players' Day arranged by Andy Brassington, and Roy was there that day. So as sad as it is that we have to report his passing this morning, so good that he was with so many of his former colleagues so recently.
Yeah, very sad news. Gorvin to Dent there. Very, very sad news, and a lovely man. I never met him. I saw him there the other week, but I never met him, and by all accounts he was a real gent, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think his records for Gloucestershire, I think he started playing 72, finished playing 74. So 3 seasons with the club, but with a Gillette Cup win in there.
Yeah, may he rest in peace. Dent just flicks that one towards Billy Root at mid-wicket.
Van der Hoogten fielding at mid-on. Just a thought here. This is obviously the final day of a game. Chris Dent's highest first-class score game came against Glamorgan. It was the last day of, now that I think it was 2016.
261?
268.
268. That's a nice shot there from Dent. That's the first runs of the morning. And this rain doesn't seem to have slowed down the outfield at all. That goes away beautifully through mid-wicket. And Dent moves on to 65. What a gorgeous way to open his account for the day.
Yeah, and that's probably a straighter drive than he played at any point on Friday. Most of the more forceful shots were square of the wicket.
Clip to mid-wicket to Billy Root.
Yes, and the thing about that 268 was that he's. In fact, it was actually it was after the win in the One Day Cup. It was 2015, and it also took him to 1,000 runs for the season as well.
That's a nice shot. He's got that one backwards, but it's going to be fielded down there by James Harris, who hurls it in to Chris Cook. Yeah, I was privileged to work on his. There's a 100 partnership, by the way. Dent's got 43 of them. Molly Price has got 49 of them. And a warm smattering of applause goes around the ground.
That was a very flat pitch. Glamorgan made 433 and then 365 for 3 declared.
Yeah.
After Gloucestershire made 558. So that was a very flat pitch at Bristol.
We worked on his 206 not out against Surrey, didn't we, last year,
yeah.
Which was a good innings. And I think that's the thing about Dent. He's got the ability to go and get daddy hundreds, hasn't he, as Graham Gooch used to say. Here's Gorvin into Price. Has he got a little tickle on that, or is that going to be a bye? No, it's going to be a bye. There's a pre-signal from the umpire.
So, crowd thinking that was Ollie Price's 50, but not so. Yes, the wicket fell at 39 when Ben Charlesworth was out, so these two have done a decent repair job. And actually, aside from the grey clouds that are over towards the centre of Cheltenham, the overhead conditions aren't too bad. There is some blue sky about, and quite bright too. So
yep.
Not a bad day in theory to get some batting points. That's where Gloucestershire are at the moment.
We've got a couple of guests coming in this morning as well. We'll surprise you with those, but they're good ones.
Lee Price defends the new ball of Van der Hoogten over.
Those of you just joining us, we're joined here in the marquee. We haven't got a studio like we've got back in Bristol. We've got James Healy bringing the pictures to you at home. We've got Ben Feasy, Ben the Silver Spoon Feasy on the PA announcements in with us in the marquee. And Harry Clements here, the team analyst, who's got a rather splendid moustache going on, modelling himself on Marchand de Lange.
Ollie Price lets that go as it goes through once more to Chris Cook. I think Glamorgan started having bowled 48 overs on Friday, so they've got 62, in theory, to try and hoover up some bowling points if they can. But taking wickets on this pitch has not proved easy. It's played very well. On the Hoofden in Price just gets bat and pad firmly together and it squeezes up to mid-off.
Now, Ian, I've got a bit of a gripe about Cheltenham.
So what's the gripe, Dan?
Now, I love Cheltenham, as you know. I'm very fond of it as a town, of the festival here, etc.
You can't get a good curry? I'm sure
No, I can't get a good filthy bacon and egg sandwich in the morning. That's what my gripe is here. I want a greasy spoon type calf.
In, and that will be Price's 50. Steered that away down through the gully, down to third man, and Ollie Price goes to his half century, raises his bat.
123 balls, 10 fours.
And 10 fours in that 50.
Yeah, what a season he's having. Never mind Young Player of the Year. He's got to be in with a shout of Player of the Year, Ollie Price. He really has. He's having a fantastic season. And I think with his talent, I really believe Ollie Price can go all the way in the game. I really do. I think he's that good.
10 boundaries, 123 balls for that 50, so a patient effort. Van der Hoofden to him again, and pleasantly played back up the pitch, but Van der Hoofden fields off his own bowling.
He's a big fan of Jerry Cinnamon, the singer, as well. We were having a...
Of who?
Jerry Cinnamon, Glaswegian singer. He's very good in. You should have a listen. Have a little listen.
Cinnamon's only a herb to me, Dan.
Well, he's a very good singer. Very good singer. Good album. And Ollie Price, after the rain yesterday, could be a diamond in the mud.
Van der Hoofden, short sleeve shirt clipped away, but straight to Zainul Hassan.
So
at mid wicket, end of the over, 144 for one. Gloucestershire have added 10 this morning, and it is a day when they are looking to bat certainly for the 110 overs, and see how close they can get to 450.
So I was after a greasy bacon and egg sandwich this morning, and I moseyed on down the Bath Road, which is a place not far away. It's a short walk from the ground here.
It's the Clifton of Cheltenham, Dan.
Is it? Yes. Because the cafes down there are sort of the sort of place where you can only get like an Eggs Benedict or, sort of eggs on sourdough. And I didn't want that. I wanted something filthier.
Well, I suggest possibly motorway services are more the thing.
But you pay through the roof there, you see.
Yeah.
So I'm in a catch-22. I'm in a quandary, Ian. Gorvin to Dent.
Well, what else could you do? Which motorway junction did you?
I went at 11A.
Did you?
I'm a fan of.
Yeah.
What's the village?
Sherdington.
Sherdington. There's two cricket clubs there, aren't there? There's something Hatherley and Sherdington.
So yeah, you'll come past the Sherdington ground and you'll come past the Hatherley and Reading's ground.
Yeah.
Well,
do they get on well? Is there a bit of rivalry between the two?
I think they would probably say there wasn't, but.
Gorvin in to Dent, who defends, rocks onto the front foot and pushes that out to mid-off.
I have played at both, but it was a long time ago.
Do you get any runs?
Pardon?
Do you get any runs?
No. I got some wickets at North Park once.
Which is where? Sherdington or?
No, that's Hatherley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Low scoring game it was.
They trusted you with the ball in a low scoring one.
Yeah.
Bowling second.
Bowling second, yeah.
Very good.
Is that right? Yeah,
Yeah,
bowling
yeah.
second, yeah.
Gorvin in, Dent defends.
To be fair, I think I got 4 and Ollie. Funny enough,
Ollie Price got a few at the other end.
Ollie Price got 6. That's quite
There's
right.
a bloke called Ollie Price you
Yeah,
played with.
Yeah.
Marvellous. Brilliant.
Yeah, Ollie Price. That's quite right. But that's got to be.
Could he bat?
No, not really.
No.
No.
Was he an off spinner?
No. He bowled quite sharp actually.
Okay.
At that level.
Yeah.
Everything is relative.
Okay.
But No, we weren't defending very many.
Gorvin around the wicket. Dent drives again beautifully. He's going to get 4 runs for that one.
I don't think Colin Ingram's going to be chasing too many of those down the hill somehow.
No, that was just caressed.
And Dent probably thinks that, I mean, Gorvin is, he's a brisk medium, but he's not much more than that. And Dent probably thinks that the good length balls, the good length on the stumps balls he will defend, but there'll be one somewhere where he can pick up a boundary. Gorvin's taken 0 for 19. This is his 9th over.
Here he is, the Dent, as Dent defends.
But it doesn't look desperately penetrative, does it? It's particularly on as good a pitch as this.
No, it doesn't. Do you know, Ian, since we come to Cheltenham, we've had Ben Feasy in with us. The literature around the sort of the box here has gone up. It's become a lot more erudite. He's bringing in a copy of the Times every day. Today's the Sunday Times, and it certainly beats James Healy's copy of the Mirror that he normally brings. Then defends. Jim was saying he can barely read.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not from Bristol, you see. That's
Yeah.
148 for 1. Ollie Price to his 50 this morning. Gorvin and Van der Hoogten have opened for Glamorgan, so I think it's inconceivable that we won't have a long bowl from Mitchell Swepson.
Jim was just saying he can't read because he's from Yeovil, so he's the sort of place where the kids say, "Give me 6," you know.
Van der Hoogten was heading off to mid-off for a moment, then he realised he was going to bowl and had to hand his cap back to umpire Watts. So all the other games, remember, in the Championship finished yesterday, and that draw for Sussex has put them back into 2nd place again.
Yeah, certainly has.
In the table.
Yeah.
I was interested to hear what Paul Farbrace said after that game, interesting as well. Van der Hoogten in, nice punch from Ollie Price down the ground, a chase from James Harris, but he's going to allow Zain ul Hassan to do the bulk of the work, and the Gloucestershire pair come back for 3 runs. That was about weight of shot, 150 up. So first mini benchmark of the day reached. We'll take it in 50s from here. 2 more of those. First batting point.
And the first, or the 4th 3, I think, of the game. As you said, Ian, they
are quite rare.
They're as rare as hen's teeth.
Dent facing Van der Hoogten for the first time, and he'll just push a ball that's delivered from round the wicket, back up the pitch. So Miles Hammond due in at 4. Then Joe Phillips. This is one might argue not to pressurise the situation for the teenager to come in.
He's a lovely lad. I've been having a little chat with him.
Van der Hoogten around the wicket to Dent. Dent plays that with soft hands out on the offside, fielded by Billy Root. Still just the 2 slips in. Root is backward point.
A bit of a mishap this morning in the warm-up, Ben Charlesworth, just having a little hit out there. Top edge run into his mouth. Looked horrible. It was more claret than a Bordeaux vineyard, Ian.
Well, if they are concerned about that, it hasn't got far to go. Hospital's over the road.
Good to see sympathies alive and well in North Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a very good facility. Dent pushes that ball back up to mid-on.
Yeah, I think he might have needed a dentist rather than a hospital. But
emergency appointments for dentists on a Sunday, not always easy. Well, you can get them, but you've got to pay.
Yeah.
that's
life. That's life.
That's generally the rule of thumb.
Yes.
Sun's gone in just for the moment. Van der Hoogten staying around the wicket, and Dent again. That's right in the middle. He's not finding the outside half of the bat with any of these, so it looks in pretty good touch. They were playing a strange game, the players this morning before play, not football but almost like volleyball with a tennis ball. Very strange sort of concept.
Yeah.
Dent waits for Van der Hoogten, who again defends for end of Van der Hoogten's over. We've had 6 overs this morning. Gloucestershire have advanced the score by 17. Dent under 70, Ollie Price 56. And Harris and Swapson, I think, will be the other 2 main bowlers used by Glamorgan. But at the moment, Gorvin and Van der Hoogten opening up in a game that's started quietly on this 4th day and may meander somewhat.
Talking of dentists, do you
play.
remember John the Dentist Maynard? England came across him on one of their tours, I think early 90s. And he got his nickname because he was, knocked so many batsmen's teeth out. So defended there by Price. I think that's the first ball he's faced from Gorvin this morning. Yeah, John the Dentist Maynard. I can't remember which island he came from, but he was quite sharp. And he ended up playing in one of the Essex leagues over here, where again he added to the work of the local dentistry profession.
Was it short pitch stuff, was it?
You didn't get too many in your half of the wicket. There's Gorvin. Price plays a funny little shot there. Didn't really know where it was for a while. Yeah, you didn't get too much in your half of the wicket. I seem to recall played against the West Indian at a friend of mine's club who said he was going to give him some drives. And John the Dentist replied, "You'd better get a step ladder then." Gorvin bustling into the crease. Price just opens the face, finds Zain Hussain at backward point.
Just the one slip for Gorvin. Interesting, they've taken northeast out from there, and again, I say again, we had this a little bit on Friday.
The umpire's just looking where he's going down the pitch here.
So A, where he's following through, but B, at that end, that's at the College Lawn end, where the front foot was landing. Tom Price had a little bit of an issue there, so they've had to do some repair work just to that front foot area. I mean, in Gorvin, he's quite slightly built. He's not awfully tall, so it's not as if it's Curtly Ambrose or Joel Garner, or even Marchant de Lange for that matter. Coming in where you think the front foot's going to come down with a fair degree of force. Gorvin looks quite light on his feet, so I think he's not really digging a huge hole there.
Here he comes in to Price. That's a lovely shot, but fielded well.
Northeast.
Fine, northeast at that.
Put there for a reason at short straight mid on.
Yeah.
I see, almost make that appear as if somebody was just chucking him a tennis ball. They picked it up.
He was rather casual about it, wasn't he? Yeah. It's got a little bit murky here. Ooh, that's gone behind Price. Just a little bit late on that. And dribbles through to Cook, standing up. That completes another maiden over. Gorvin's done for 19 off 10. 6 maidens amongst that lot as Gloucestershire move their total on to 151. Chris Dent's on 70. Ollie Price is on 56. And they'll be looking to cash in on this wicket. There's, you play on enough sort of ropey ones early season with the scheduling now in the county championship, don't you? So when you get a good one like this, it's time to cash in and go big.
It's quite a breeze actually from that far end of the ground, looking at the flags outside the marquee there. Van der Hoogten in, and as he starts a new over to Dent. Was pushed out to Ingram. James Harris is limbering up. I suspect that may not be long before he's involved in the day. Probably short spells, the likely strategy from David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain. It's clipped nicely by Dent, just sort of leg side enough that he could work that down to deep square. Yes, come back to what Paul Farbrace said, and obviously Sussex are second, played 10, won 1, drawn 9, and he was talking about the concept of just winning and the fact that we shouldn't be setting ourselves sort of ceilings for the number of games that we should be winning at the start of the season. We weren't talking about winning 3 or 4 as opposed to 1, which is what they've done the last couple of years. Van der Hoogten over the wicket to Ollie Price, change of line, and Price again defends. And he kind of accepted that across the season there have been some matches where Sussex have had fortune weather-wise. So I think both games against Yorkshire have been favourable to them. They arguably would have lost had they had any play there yesterday. 7 down with a small lead, and at Hove, Yorkshire only wanted about 60 on the last day, and there was no play again because of rain.
Yeah. Didn't they beat Durham as well? Did they beat Durham?
Ollie Price defends.
Did
But
Sussex,
he said against
did
that.
Sussex beat Durham? I think they did.
But against that, he said we've had some days where we've had a poor scenario. But he said it's all about the mindset. And the concept of wanting to win more. Just a hint, there might be a little bit of drizzle in the air. 1 or 2 of the spectators in the stand on the Sandford roadside are just heading for cover here. Van der Hoogten into Ollie Price, who defends. So they're coming down the steps and going under the red marquee on the Sandford Road side. That's the hospital side of the ground. Neil.
4-day games are hard to win, especially Division 2. I mean,
Yeah.
there's been a plethora of draws, haven't there, right across the division.
Glamorgan have had more than their fair share. Edged by, thick edge from Ollie Price, and it's going to bounce all the way through the slip cordon and away for 4. Only the 2 slips in, and it's bounced well in front of the gully fielder, just out of your picture, and away for 4. Neil Pratt was just looking around from his position at square leg during that over to the cloud formation, which unfortunately we can't see, which is behind us over the college buildings towards the Campton area of Cheltenham.
James Harris.
There's a little bit of rain in the air, but
Nothing much.
No.
So there is going to be a change. Gorvin off after 4 overs this morning, and James Harris into the attack.
Strength of the rain's pretty similar to the strength of your tea the other day.
I knew that was coming. Gorvin 10 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 19. Tidy, but ultimately it's about taking wickets here, and didn't really look like he was going to get one.
No. James Harris going to come around the wicket to Chris Dent, who's on 71. Just get squared up a little there, looking to work that leg side, and there's a big gap here between.
He hasn't got a mid wicket at all.
No, There's a man at deep backward square and a man down at long leg. Van der Hoogten's at mid-on, but Gorvin's at deep backward square, and Al Hassan is down at long leg. So there's a big gap here at mid-wicket. As Dent plays one to the aforementioned Gorvin for a single.
You mentioned that that double hundred that Chris Dent got against Surrey. So much of that innings was about when the field effectively became very defensive. He was just working the ball, not trying to hit boundaries, just tick the score up.
Yeah.
At his own pace, in his own time, knowing that there was very little in the pitch for the bowlers.
Harris to Price, defended.
This might be another one of those.
It could well be. Yeah, it could well be.
But I say Farbrace was, I think, accepting that quite a few sides in the division, and Sussex have scored big first innings runs in some games, and he was saying that is the key, because you're basically chasing the match if you don't get big first innings runs.
That's a gorgeous shot, Ollie Price. 4 runs.
Again, didn't appear to hit that all that hard.
Just the on drive. I mean, it's only the very best can do it. It's like writing with a semicolon in literature, Ian. You know, it's only the very best can sort of get away with it. And Ollie Price there, that was Shakespearean.
Yeah, very nice shot. All in the timing, not really played with any real force at all. Extra man on the leg side now.
Harris in, Price plays the on drive again, unfurls it. Can only find mid on this time.
They've put Billy Root now across into that sort of straightish mid wicket, and then that's allowed them to push Ingram a bit straighter to try and stop that drive down the ground.
Harris in to Price, who plays that
into the ground. So, and the thing with, just to finish that point about the championship, Yorkshire and Derbyshire have got 5 to play. Everybody else has only got 4 to play. There's going to need to be, there's the card as it is at the moment, the 1 wicket to fall back on Friday when Charles was bowled through the gate by Swepson, but Denton, Ollie Price going quietly, fairly comfortably about their business at the moment.
Umpires have got their light meters out. We don't like the look of that. It's just having a look at the ball.
Yeah, I thought it was the old will the ball go through the hoop story. The answer is it will. So Glamorgan might ask the question, but it's not going to get an answer in the affirmative. Yes, teams are going to go chasing wins now, aren't they?
Yeah,
Really?
they will. There's a danger of chasing wins, like Gloucestershire, that game against Leicestershire. They lost that trying to set up a win. And there's a danger you can do that.
Van der Hoogten into Dent, nice shot. That'll be 4 more. Gets past the dive of Ingram in the covers, but once it gets past him, going up towards the players' pavilion, always likely to be 4 runs. Dent up to 76.
That was a lovely shot. Seen some really nice shots this morning so far.
Anything that's been over pitched, these two are trying to put away. Van der Hoogten staying around the wicket, and Dent again defends. It's all on it's just it's all on width, isn't it? Here, if there is a little bit of width, these two are prepared to attack the ball. But if it is on the stumps, it's a very simple policy. They're quite happy to play what you might call low-risk cricket in this situation.
Yeah, I agree. 31 added this morning in 37 minutes.
Then we'll let that one go. Van der Hoogten changing his line, coming over the wicket to the left-hander in this over. Schwepson is at mid-wicket for Dent. Had a reasonably long spell on Friday, bowled 16 overs unchanged from the Chapel end, just got the 1 wicket. Van der Hoogten to Dent, and again plays that softly out to Root. But Glamorgan, 2 slips for Van der Hoogten, but they were down to 1 for Gorvin. I think there was only 1 for Harris in the last over as well once they moved north-east out. So they're trying to dry up the runs and force a mistake. It doesn't look like the pitch where the ball is necessarily going to help them very much, particularly at this age. 58th over. Dent again all the way along the ground into the gully in Billy Root. I believe I'm right in saying they've not started at Old Trafford, Dan?
No,
they haven't.
It stopped raining though, we hear. Fingers crossed, England
Were you
can get back on that pitch.
Yeah, were you surprised they only took 1 wicket yesterday? Were you? I mean, we were all hoping for more than 1.
Yeah.
In the end, you're kind of thankful for the one they got.
And who it was as well.
Yes. Still 61 in arrears. Van der Hoogten to Dent, and just steps across enough to work it down to fine leg. Gorvin's the fielder down there. And Van der Hoogten's bowled 17 overs for 37, and even he, Glamorgan's leading wicket taker this season, is not finding anything in this pitch. So Gloucestershire today, with Swepson just doing some limbering up, I suspect he may be introduced soon. Gloucestershire have added 32 this morning, and the overnight pair still together. Ollie Price wants a drink, I think, and maybe something to wipe the visor on his helmet too, by the looks of it. That's what he was indicating, I think.
It's Exiles Day here next week, isn't it, Ian, for the Gloucestershire game?
It's Exiles Day.
Gloucestershire Exiles?
Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, which will be a great day. All the Gloucestershire fans from all over the country coming back here.
And I think I'm right in saying that last year they raised over £6,000 for the club, so you know it's an important supporters group.
Here's Harris trotting past umpire Pratt for just angling it into the legs of Chris Dent. It's a no ball as well. It's a little bit of a problem with no balls, James Harris. As Dent clips in for 2 and Van der Hoogten does the fielding. Seems to be a load of flies in my eye line here. I don't know whether sort of is my deodorant this morning perhaps, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of flies blocking my path.
The money spiders, aren't they, Dan?
Well, we've had the money spiders. Yeah, we need the money spiders to feast. Dent cuts that, lovely. He's going to pick out the man down there though. He's going to pick up another couple of runs.
Swepson down on the boundary in front of the black and red marquee.
Yeah, it was well fielded actually. Yeah, that's the AC Milan of marquees down there, isn't it? Or the Man City away kit in the 70s.
Red and black stripes on the roof.
Yep.
Your soft top sports car never had a roof like that, did it?
I've never had a soft top sports car in. Well, look like the type of man. It's Harris to Dent.
Do you
Why
look like...
soft top sports car?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a soft top sports car?
No, I haven't, no.
No.
I had a car with a sunroof that leaked once.
Did you?
Yeah, that wasn't very clever. Bought it in a heat wave. Bad idea.
Yeah.
Didn't find out it leaked until we had
No.
a heavy deluge.
Harris around the wicket to Dent, who defends.
To be fair, since then, yes, how many cars have I had since then? 3, and none of them have had a sunroof. I think, once bitten, you kind of know the story.
Yeah. What's the worst car you've had, Ian?
The worst?
Yeah.
I don't think I've had I did have one that had persistent problems with water.
Harris to Dent, who cuts that. They think about a run there, but it's fielded away at backward point there by... It looks like a substitute fielder on, actually. I wonder if that's McElroy on. I think it might be.
Yes, I think it might be McElroy.
Go on.
So that I didn't keep that one very long.
Here's Harris. Oh, that's pulled with venom there by Dent, but only straight at Andy Gorvin, and only gets one. I had the worst bat ever. I'm not going to mention the manufacturer just in case they're listening in, but let's say this bat was the best bat I've ever had for playing the spinners with a host of close fielders around, because when he played a forward defensive, it just went bong straight down to the floor. So it was a shocking bat. Yeah, I think I threw it on the fire. Yeah, it was that bad.
I'm trying to think. I'm not someone who changes the car all that often, but so I think in the last 24 years I've only had 3 cars.
Harris to Price, who gets on top of that one, rolls his wrist and pulls it down to Swepson at deep backward square. 3 cars in 24 years?
Yeah. So
I'm more of 24 cars in 3 years.
Are you? Yeah.
No, I'm not. But that's loyalty to one's automobile.
Yeah. And in fact, the last 2 have been from the same manufacturing group.
Oh.
So in fact, I
know which one that is.
Yeah, you know which one that is. In fact, the same one as you.
Yes.
Ollie Price just having asking for a drink and actually a towel, not only to wipe away some perspiration, but I think also just to wipe the visor on his helmet. 174 for 1, so 40 added this morning, 40 in 45 minutes. So these two Dent up to 82, and we are going to see the leg spin of Mitchell Swepson for the first time today. 59 overs gone in the Gloucestershire first innings, so another 21 to a new ball. And we do hope to have a guest with us before lunch. Dan's trying to work out an 11 here of people in a certain category. He said he got one at the moment. Might take him a while. While he's doing that, Swepson from the chapel end with a slip and a short leg over the wicket to Ollie Price, who just works that neatly into the leg side. There'll be 1 run for him in it. And if you had to be critical of Swepson on Friday, it would be that there were a few too many drag downs, really. I think from his point of view.
We said that, and the next ball he bowled Charlesworth.
Yes.
One wag has called me Mystic Meg.
Well, I suppose you have to kind of accept it with a leg spinner. You're going to get a little bit of that, but that's tossed up a bit more, as you might expect, but it's still quite a flat trajectory. And Dent gets well forward. Same field for the left-hander. In close field anyway. Dent goes back this time and turns it out to, I think, Billy Root under the helmet. Lloyd is at slip. Swepson round the wicket. Past umpire Watts, that's tossed up, and Dent does work that away past the fielder in at short extra, and that's going to run all the way for 4. Again, that wasn't hit very hard, but it's all about the placement. Sam Northeast, in fact, was the fielder it went past. And Dent picks up another boundary, 86. Yes, he knows there's 100 here for him if he plays sensibly. Maybe a big 100 as well. So that 268 back 8 years ago was on a very flat pitch at Bristol. Dent goes aggressively here, and he gets that away for 4 through mid-wicket. There was the cry of catch for a while, but he's picked the gap, and a couple of boundaries for Dent in that over. One played with some comfort. That perhaps, from a bowler's point of view, just the smallest crumb of encouragement. And Dent, though, goes to 90. Ollie Price 66. So these two have added now 144 for the second wicket. Harris is going to keep going. Dan's trying to come up with a Scottish footballers 11 on the basis that Andy Gorvin's name sounds very similar to Andy Gorham, who played football for Scotland as a goalkeeper. So how are you getting on?
Struggling a little bit. I've got 6. Colin Munro. Munro's a good Scottish name, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pulled beautifully there for 4 runs.
Ollie Price with it. That's made Harris look very ordinary. No effort at all in that shot.
Moves into the 70s now. I've got Lewis McManus, Jock Edwards, the old New Zealand wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
George Scott. Here's Harris in to Price, who plays that back towards him.
So they haven't got to all be Max then, have they? Could you have, because
No,
he wasn't. I don't think was Graham Mackenzie at Leicestershire a Kiwi back in the day?
yeah, he can go in. That's a very Scottish name.
Played in the 70s at Leicester.
Oh, Price has gone on the pull there. He's only got that down to long leg. He wasn't in control of that one. What about McKechnie at the New Zealander who played cricket and rugby? What was his name? Brian McKechnie, was it? Played full-back for the All Blacks, and was he batting when Trevor Chappell bowled the underarm ball?
I I think it might be Brian McKechnie, but I don't know about the stat with the underarm ball.
Yeah. Harris going around the wicket to Dent, who just defends that one into the onside, picks up a single.
He wasn't a Scot at all, but you could have Norman McVicker from, again, Warwickshire side of a certain era.
Yeah, we like that.
There's the 150 partnership.
Yeah, there we go, 150 up. Price has got 71, Dent's got 68. 276 balls. That's taken.
Go on, Dan.
What about the Lancashire opening bowler? Again, he's not Scottish, but he could go in as Wee Willie Williams. James Harris pulls out of that delivery there.
Because of the air traffic going overhead as much as anything else. Sounded like a helicopter, didn't it?
Harris in, Price pulls, rolls his wrists.
No, I can vouch to the fact there were no cricketers who's who used in this experiment.
Matthew Montgomery.
Who was the Montgomery at Northants?
Richard Montgomery.
Yeah.
Harris, Dent, defends off the front foot. Sure, Ben Feasy's got one or two up his sleeve. He normally likes to play these games.
Gloucestershire here, of course, are looking for points in a couple of areas to get themselves off the bottom of the second division.
Here's James Harris Tweed around the wicket. Chris Dent, who defends.
I think I was saying that after Derbyshire finished their match yesterday,
that's the over.
The gap was 8 points. So Gloucestershire obviously could get 5 batting points today if they were to get 450. And the other issue concerns their run rate in the game, because in the Glamorgan innings they were -4 at the point at which the declaration came. So Gloucestershire want to bowl at some point today to try and recover that run rate, because it would mean 4 points off the tally. Cut away by Ollie Price. That's a nice shot. It will run away down towards the third man boundary for 4. No, nothing Harris can do about that. His chase will be in vain. Yes, Gloucestershire 65, Derbyshire have 73. So the gain out of the day could be 5 points for batting, 4 points potentially recovered on the over rate.
We've got some news from Old Trafford.
Has the rain stopped?
Yeah, and there's a pitch inspection.
Swepson in. Ollie Price down the ground. Zainul Hassan won't be able to cut that off, at least initially. He's chasing it towards the chapel boundary at long off, and it's just beaten him.
Hope he's all right there. He crashed into those boards down there. Yeah, he's okay.
He's just put the rope back, and Gloucestershire's 200 is up, and these two started the day on 134 for 1, and there were some very cautious targets set by the commentary team for the score at lunch. Very cautious, bearing in mind how the runs have been accumulating this morning. Swepson in, and Ollie Price again drives down the ground. I must confess, I'm quite pleased I went at 2-4-3.
Yeah, you went long. You went long. I've gone for a very conservative Do for do.
Yes, which with an hour to go to lunch looks ultra cautious. Shrepson in. Were you anticipating a shower of rain or something? Do you think that might interrupt things?
Well, it's looking a little bit murky over the chapel there. If God's on my side, Ian, you never know. Do you want this news from Old Trafford? Ian?
Pitch inspection done?
Pitch inspection 12:15. Early lunch 12:20.
Pushed out by Ollie Price into the offside. Start at 1. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, wait till the Super Sopper's picking up lots of water.
Shrepson here at Cheltenham. And Price goes right forward at a very, very shallow angle to defend the last ball of Shrepson's over. He's got 18 overs, 1 for 61. And umpires again having well, are they going off?
No, drinks.
Oh,
Drinks. Yeah. Just
Really?
drinks. Hours play?
Well,
Drinks.
Excuse me, the Gloucestershire batters had a drink not 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, you know, it's... There speaks a man who batted at number 11 during his career, you know. There speaks a man who, you know, isn't used to batting for long periods of time.
Yeah, I'm used to bowling for long periods of time.
Well, yeah, but you know, let him have a drink. I mean, you know, this game's just...
Meandering.
It is meandering. It's wandering. It's meandering. It's an itinerant of a game.
It's the only championship match going on at the moment because we were a day late starting here. Our game started Thursday. Everybody else started Wednesday. So remind you of the second division table. Durham 167, 4 to play. And then it gets very congested when you look at the teams going for the second promotion place. Sussex 113, 4 to play. Worcestershire 111, 4 to play. Leicestershire 111, 4 to play. Glamorgan 95, 5 to play, but only 4 after this game. Yorkshire 91, but with a possible points penalty coming their way, 5 to play. Derbyshire 73, 5 to play. Gloucestershire 65, 4 to play after this match.
Matthew Maynard just walking out in front of us here, showing off his rugby skills.
So drinks have been taken, and I say it is a curiosity of that table that Sussex are second, having won only 1 game, but they've had 9 draws and they've got good batting and bowling points. Worcestershire have won 3, but their batting points much lower than anybody else. Leicestershire have won 2. Glamorgan have only won 1. They've had 8 draws as well. Number of draws in the second division high for all teams across the season.
Back at Cheltenham, James Harris comes in around the wicket to Chris Dent, who clips him through mid-wicket. McElroy on as 12thers in pursuit and throws it into the gloves of Chris Cook, who had to backpedal quite a long way. He's got obviously had his Weetabix for breakfast, didn't he, McElroy? He gave that one a good hurling. 202 for 1.
That ground still sounded quite hard too, didn't he? You probably heard him coming to a halt on that chase.
Dent. Oh, that's a great bit of work there. Kieran Carlson, acrobatic, stops 4 runs.
Hit into the ground first. It might have been might have looked a crowd catch from side on, but it was a good stop.
Yeah. Great stop. Harris going over the wicket to the right-handed Price, who plays that defensively square on the offside for no run.
I just wonder whether that game against Surrey last season was Chris Dent's last 100. He had 2 last year. I can't remember where the other one was. I'm just going to look, just check that to see if it was before or after. No, it was the win. It was the draw over against Lancashire. It was his last 100 last season, 110. So that was after the Surrey.
In Bristol. Pulled by Price, and he's going to get 4 runs there. Nails that one.
Charles Ollie Price could go back-to-back hundreds here.
Yeah, he could well do. I'd love to see that. Got a lot of time for him.
Well,
as a cricketer and as a bloke, actually.
Gloucestershire have been trying to get a right-hander into the top order, and it wasn't. Ollie was not an obvious choice for that, but he seems to have taken to the role.
Harris, another bouncer. Price ducks it this time. That one got probably a little bit too high. Didn't fancy the pull shot on that. Harris just trying to tempt him.
Doesn't very often get out to what I would call an irresponsible shot. Ollie Price.
Don't put the mockers on him. Let's talk about that after he's got his 100. He's on 84 at the moment. That's short again from Harris. That completes the over. 207 for 1. Ollie Price 84. Chris Dent 94.
And my point about him is, and that concept of him batting at 3 is that because he is, as I see him anyway, what I would call quite responsible over his wicket. Yes, of course he gets dismissed, but if that's due to an error, that's fine. If it's due to an irresponsible error, that's a different thing. But to me, he doesn't often get out to irresponsible errors.
No, he's a very mature young man.
Chap between Sam North East and Mitchell Swepson.
The antithesis of me. He's a very immature old man. But there you go.
Lloyd's going back into his position at slip. Swepson is at cover. Sorry, North East is at cover. Swepson into bowl to Dent. Just trying to stop that clip through the offside, which was profitable in the last over. Mid on and mid off, reasonably orthodox. Swepson in hazy sunshine really lofts that, and it's gone to mid on. They've taken a sharp single. Is that Ingram there? Almost on the full toss. Dent hit that, but wasn't in the air. The debate was whether he could pick up the single from the bunt down the ground like that, which he did. And now Gorvin is being moved, so the short leg is back in for Ollie Price, and Gorvin is at backward square on the 1. Swepson fires that in, and Ollie Price from his crease defends. Gloucestershire scored briskly this morning. Dent needs 5 for his 100. Ollie Price, having got his maiden 100 in the championship at Headingley, following it up with another big contribution here. Swepson in, and Price pushes that up to Ingram at mid-off. Glamorgan trying to keep their enthusiasm up in the field. It's not easy. This is the second match running that they've been in the field on the last day when the opposition have been batting for batting points. They had it at Cardiff last week against Leicestershire in that game where they lost 2 days to the weather, to be fair, so perhaps that was kind of inevitable. Leicestershire right with them in the table, so neither wanted to give ground to the other. Ollie Price has to cut there. Oh, he's caught. And Swepson has his man. Ollie Price.
Is that bottom edge?
Let's just have a look at this on the replay.
Is that bottom edge?
I think so. Cook with the catch. Didn't get up very much. And Price is caught behind for 84. A good innings though from him. A good contribution and a big part in a second wicket stand that's taken Gloucestershire from 39 for 1 to 210 for 2.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed.
171 that partnership was worth.
Miles Hammond played a cavalier innings up at Durham last week. It wouldn't surprise me to see him play in the same vein here at Cheltenham. This could be quite entertaining if he gets going.
Miles Hammond. Miles Hammond is sponsored by Empire Fighting Chance.
So 2 left-handers now out in the middle for Gloucestershire, and Joe Phillips will be, I'm sure, a little nervous in the pavilion. Who wouldn't be on your first class debut when you're due in next? He's got his pads on. He may in fact be watching out from under the little gazebo that the players have in front of the changing rooms here at Cheltenham. But I'm sure he'd like to have a bat, but that was the last ball of Swepson's over. He has 2 for 64. James Harris is to continue to dent. Dent only to say he's on 95. So close to a first championship 100 of the season.
Harris around the wicket to Dent. Gloucestershire bowling coach Robbie Joseph just popping his head round into the marquee.
Just checking Harry Clements is doing everything he should.
Harris around the wicket to Dent, who just clips that very nicely through mid-wicket as the ball crosses the boundary rope and is retrieved by our guest here. He's going to join us for the next half an hour. Welcome to the Gloucestershire String, Zaman Akhtar. Zam, how are you, mate?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. You're sitting this one out. It's probably not a bad thing with this wicket. It's quite a good batting track, isn't it?
Yeah, by the looks of it, yeah. Probably not the best one to miss out on, but hopefully get going on Wednesday next week.
Yep.
Dent on 99.
Harris, and there's his 100. Very popular 100, his first of the season. As he clips that one for 2. So that's 101 off 190 balls. 14 fours, no sixes. And he's been there for 247 minutes. Well batted, Chris Dent. Great to see and very popular here at Cheltenham. And he's the sort of guy who goes big once he gets in, Chris Dent, isn't he, Sam? And he's the sort of guy who likes to go big.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I think we've seen over the years that once he gets past this mark, then he cashes in nicely.
Yeah. And is this your first Cheltenham festival?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I've only played the 2s T20 games here before.
Okay.
So it's my first actual encounter of the actual festival. Heard a lot about it and it's living up to it very nicely.
Yeah.
Shame about the weather for the last couple of days, but
Yeah.
Friday was a lovely day.
Yeah, it
Very
was.
busy night.
Yep.
Stay out.
Here's Harris around the wicket. Dent just works that one through mid-wicket. I think he's only going to get one here as Sam Northeast is in pursuit and does keep him down to one. And for the twos games, you play on the other square, don't you? You play on
We play
what's
on
called the college square.
Yeah. Not sure how different they are. Obviously never been here before. Harry's nodding at me nicely. Maybe they are a bit different. But those twos T20s game, they were pretty nice, to be fair. They're a bit of pace and bounce.
Yeah.
Hopefully Wednesday's one's a bit similar to that one.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. And you've been picked up. You were playing for Bishop Stortford in the Hertfordshire Premier League.
Yeah. Originally Cambridge Cricket Club.
Yep.
That's where I grew up.
Harris comes in round the wicket to Hammond, who leaves that one alone, goes into the gloves of Chris Cook.
So
is that Cambridge Granter or Cambridge?
Yeah, Cambridge Granter, yeah.
Which is where Max Holden came through as
Yeah,
well.
Max Holden, Michael Pepper, both from that club. So there's a couple of success stories over the years from that club, so that was me growing up. And then sort of there was a bit of turmoil in the club, we got relegated through sort of league rulings, so we sort of finished fourth in the league and didn't have a valiant junior section, so we got relegated sadly, so I thought it'd be best to move on. But Bishop Stortford was only 25 minutes or so from me, so I thought it was a nice move.
Does it put you off all the flights coming into Stansted there at Bishop Stortford Cricket Club? It must be the umpiring there. You can't hear the nicks. The planes are coming in too low.
You have to get the nicks first.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a lovely ground. Charlotte Edwards was involved there, I believe, on the women's side.
Charlotte Edwards, Chris Green as well.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago. I think a couple others as well. It's been a successful club. I'm enjoying it, to be fair. I haven't been out there too much this year, but I'll try and get out there when I can. I'm actually probably going to pop down later on my way home.
And you made your debut against Durham earlier this season. You picked up as well. You trained with the South Asian Cricket Academy, which has been a wonderful route into cricket. We're seeing Zainul Hassan as well. He's come through that in this game as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it's part of the full-time programme from January. So Tom Brown, the CEO, co-founder, he sorted it out, about 6 of us accommodation in Birmingham. So we lived there full-time, trained full-time. And then he sort of put me in touch with Dorks, came down for a few sessions and it's gone from there, really.
Swepson to continue with this over. I was just going to ask Zaman, actually, as somebody who has tried to break into the county system through playing second 11 cricket, is that hard? If you go to Essex, you go to, was it Derbyshire as well?
Derby, Warwickshire a bit.
Yeah,
as well.
and you're trying to make your impression, and someone says, not for us at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I think the hardest bit I found was sort of going into different changing rooms every other week, and you sort of know you've got to do past what their pros are doing currently. So you know you're going into that environment knowing you sort of got to take X amount of wickets more than, because they don't want to sort of look at sort of 2 wickets. You've got to sort of take 5 or 6. That's how I felt, at least. But yeah, it was a good experience, to be fair. It was my first sort of season playing twos cricket last year. Spent the winter with Warwickshire, trialling there, and it didn't quite work out. But then went to Derby and Essex to finish the end of the year.
Nice boundary to get Miles Hammond off the mark, clipped up towards the scoreboard at long on. Salmon's here. Also the familiar tones you'll hear of Josh Shaw in a minute, because Josh has also put the headphones on. Obviously he's playing in this game, but he's batting down the order, so we don't think he's going to be involved. We hope he's not involved just yet. Hammond again forward to Swepson. So What did Owen say to you that persuaded you that you thought you might want to make that breakthrough at Gloucestershire rather than at the other clubs? Was it a belief thing from him?
Yeah, I think
him to you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think he, from the start, sort of outlined what he saw quite early doors, and sort of the progression that could have been at Gloucester. Like, it's what happened. What he said, basically, a lot of first team opportunities, whereas some other places potentially might not have had that first team exposure as early. But yeah, it's happened nicely actually, where sort of got those first team opportunities, and it's, I guess, in my hands, which is probably the best way for it.
Miles Hammond at the last ball of Swepson's over, perhaps earlier than we might have imagined, attacking the leg spinner. It's Richie Benno time.
Choo for choo.
Thank you, Josh. Somebody had to say it.
Thank you.
So, if at the start of a broadcast, what would Benno say?
I have no idea. Can't remember. Sorry.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon here at the Cheltenham County Ground. Coming on to ball from the college lawn, and he's James Harris.
Can you do a good blowers?
No, I can't. Sorry.
Do a good blowers. James Harris into both.
So who is that meant to be?
Blowers.
That was meant to be blowers. That's quite good actually as a blowers.
James Harris into bowl from the Cheltenham end into Dent. He pounded him to the deep point boundary.
Very good. If you don't get a long-term contract extension here at Gloucestershire, we'll just we'll put a word in for you.
I think I've actually I can put this down to a fellow called Archie Fellows at Bristol Cricket Club, who we've been sending 12-man clips to each other quite a lot recently on YouTube. So I put that down to him for putting the Benno voice on. I do apologise.
Miles Hammond waits to face Harris, and that's just pushed out onto the offside. From your reading of this pitch, Josh,
yep,
how unresponsive to the bowlers has it been? Or conversely, how good a batting track is it?
I think even not just this game, but last year, I think it's very different to what we're usually used to at Cheltenham. There's usually a lot more bounce at Cheltenham than what we're used to, and certainly last year and this year it's been a bit lower and slower than what we're used to here. But I mean, in the first innings I felt like we actually bowled quite well.
Harris again to Hammond. That's straight to Zainul Hassan.
I think we
extra cover.
We actually bowled quite well. We just didn't really get our rewards really, and they obviously batted quite well. But as a bowling group, I think we didn't bowl too badly. We bowled okay. It wasn't great, but it wasn't the worst. But yeah, there's once a ball's old and the seam's a bit softer, there's not much offering really. So hopefully Dent and Hammo here can put plenty of runs on and get us full batting points hopefully.
Yeah, that's the target for today, isn't it? To get to 450 witin the 110.
Yeah.
This is the 67th over at the moment. Harris into Hammond, who lets that go. And Zaman, I'm sure you would have worked out that it tends to be 1 or 4 here at Cheltenham, because the outfield's quite swift, and it is a small ground, particularly square of the wicket.
That nice slope that sort of takes everything down that way. Not the most forgiving for a bowler, but yeah. So especially when you're bowling at Dent on.
I'll come back to that after this next delivery from James Harris. Around the wicket to Hammond, and he's pierced the field once more. It's a nice shot. That will run down the slope past the dive of Swepson for 4 more. How have you found the step from, you said, from playing second 11 or feeling as if you're on trial in second 11, then playing the Gloucestershire seconds, and then getting the call to play in the first team? Is that do you find it an unrelenting level, if you like?
I think it's definitely a big step up. I think what I found most difference probably the surfaces you play on, because a lot of second team cricket is a lot of club grounds where the wicket potentially is doing a lot more, and then you sort of go to somewhere, for example, like Durham last week, which is a pretty nice track to bat on with a kookaburra ball. So it's definitely a different experience playing against some of the best players in the county cricket at the minute, like Alex Lees last week. So it's definitely a good learning experience, I think, at the minute. Just trying to find different ways. I know last week we sort of went with the short ball tactic, and it's something I'm working on, is my pace and continuing pace through the day. So it's just finding different ways of, I guess, taking wickets on these sort of pitches, which is a good learning curve.
Shrepson starts a new over. Dent says no. The potential thought of a single there was only a fleeting one. 227 for 2, Gloucestershire. They started 134 for 1, so 93 added this morning in an hour and 20 minutes or so. Shrepson in again. Dent defends. And is it that thing of, you said pace through the day, is it that thing of, right, it's not just the first spell, it's the second and third spells where the standards have to be maintained?
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, what I'm doing with Ollie at the minute is just, we're trying to track my run-up speeds.
Nice shot. That's Chris Dent. Well in, Chris Dent down the ground to long on for 4, past Ingram. He's had a vain chase there up towards the chapel.
Yeah, so just trying to basically almost find optimal run-up speed, which is, it's quite fun actually, having live data. Sort of when I go bowl at lunch, we've got the live speeds of my run-ups, and we're just trying to find basically optimum speed, I guess, for a run-up, and to what that looks for me and how fast the ball's basically coming out.
You basically can't go anywhere without this GPS not picking you up when you're in the field.
It just took me to the coffee shop actually. I got my meters in at the coffee shop.
Yeah, I was the same on the training day, down to Parsons for a nice baguette and ham and cheese baguette. Yeah. So basically
other bakeries in the Bath Road are available, we should say this.
Parsons has to be my favourite though. But yeah, this
Baker and Grace.
Yeah, this device literally tracks how quick you're walking, how quick you're jogging, how quick you're sprinting. So it's a good bit of kit to be able to use on a daily basis, really.
Hammond back on strike, and Chris Dent with an unbeaten 100 against his name at the on-strikers end. Hammond uses his feet. That's what he tried to do in the last over. He's worked that away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 more. Shrepson wants somebody else on the leg side now, inevitably. But Gloucestershire's target, if they can, is to get 450 by the 110 overs. There will be a new ball due for Glamorgan in 12.1, but hard to see where a cluster of wickets are coming on from this pitch. There might be 1 or 2. But
be interesting to see what they do with the new ball. Whether they keep the spinner on with the new ball, maybe, or back to pace both ends. Be interesting to see.
Nicely guided away by Hammond into the offside this time, and more work for Gorvin. So 237 for 2, Gloucestershire off 68 overs. Hammond has 13, Dent has 109. Ollie priced the man out this morning for 84, caught off a bottom edge by Cook off Shrepson. But Ollie looks to, perhaps, Josh, as you've had a little more first team experience here with Ollie, he looks to have settled into that number 3 role very comfortably.
I think obviously whenever a new player comes in, it's going to take quite a lot for them to settle straight away. I think that's the same with any cricketer really. And Ollie this season certainly is settled in and taken that role on nicely. Obviously he got a good 100 a couple of weeks ago, and he was looking very good again this week. So yeah, I think he's settled in nicely, and it's a crucial role. You know, number 3 obviously can be a quite difficult position to bat, really. You could be in the second ball, or you could be in the 40th over. You just never know. You've always got to be switched on.
So Zainul Hassan to come on from the
College Lawn End.
For the College Lawn End, correct.
Zane and Bowl.
2:37 for 2. Gloucestershire so closing in on a first batting point. Dan Whiting will come in and join the two bowlers after this over. It's a nice shot again from Hammond. And he's in quite a good run of form at the moment with the bat, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Zaman, he's just seems to have hit a string of bigger scores.
Yeah,
particularly in the second innings of games or late on in matches.
Playing with a lot of freedom at the minute, I think. Seen that at Yorkshire and Durham, sort of just, like especially against spin, he's just sort of backing himself, even with the sweepers out, he's sort of just backing himself to hit over them, which is something that Benke would love.
That innings at Yorkshire was very entertaining.
Sort of just...
Oh, he dropped him, has he?
Sort of just hitting over wide extra cover at Yorkshire into...
They seem to have every fielder out, and Miles just seemed to keep positioning with trying to take them down. It was entertaining. Yeah,
the suggestion from the body language of the Glamorgan fielders was there might have been a nick on that, but was it only off the pad? Hammond on 17, not provided to get bogged down here to Ul Hassan, and that's just pushed up to Ingram at mid-off.
You've obviously been here a lot more than I have, for sure. Is this the greenest you've ever seen the outfield here?
I must say I was here on Tuesday, and it's unusual to see it as green as this.
It's usually beige, isn't it? It's so dry usually.
Yeah. So my first festival would have been back in the 70s. So,
the 1870s.
Not down since the 1870s, but
during the war.
Not quite that long ago.
Can't imagine that's much fun as a bowler with a beige outfield here.
No, it's basically you have it just looks like the square everywhere, doesn't it? It's
yeah. I mean,
it's hard work.
It is a small square here, but when the outfield's fast, it's like glass. Actually, I'll just tell you a very brief story about that. I think that was the first day I was here. Gloucestershire bowled first. I'll come back to that after this ball from Ul Hassan, which Hammond defends. They bowled out the opposition by tee, and Zahir Abbas scored 100 before the close. And if you're new into cricket and you have a day like that here as a teenager, I might come again.
What was the was it against Glamorgan when there was 23 wickets in the day or something crazy like that a couple of years ago?
2017, the match was over in 2 days. All the scores were under 180. Gloucestershire won that game by 10 wickets.
I've got him. He's rattled.
So it was 117 and 158.
The boys mentioned
six wickets for Norwell, and then Gloucestershire 141, and then Denton Bancroft knocked off the runs without being parted. That was the end of the over. I'm going to give way to Dan Whiting. Zaman and Josh will stay with us, hopefully until lunch.
So I won't take over the ball by ball just yet, as this was a scene of the crime last year where we seemed to curse Miles Hammond when he was batting very well.
He's got history here, Zaman. You know that. As soon as he does the ball by ball on the mic, he's been banned from doing it.
Done.
Was he doing his impression at the time?
No, but Miles was batting very well, and Dan passed it over to me to do the ball by ball, and then Miles proceeded to
take over if you want.
Kyle Abbott got a hat-trick.
Yeah.
The rest is history.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Swepson from the Chapel End, 241 for 2. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm delighted to be joined here by Zaman Akhtar. As Swepson comes in. As Dent just works him back with a square on the leg side for a single. And this time last year I'd have said I'm delighted to be joined by Gloucestershire bowler Josh Shaw, but I think you've got into the all-rounder category now, Josh. I mean, the Durham game back in May, little cheeky 37 not out, and then 44. You were plonking an international bowler. into the stands for fun.
It's
Swepson
A
comes
couple of
in.
Josh Shaw drop kicks.
it's a bit different when they're bowling 45 miles an hour than 85 miles an hour. That's for sure. So I can't take much credit for that. But no, in a serious note, I think the batting's the one part of my game where before I started playing first class cricket where I could excel, and I've not quite taken that in, to be honest. Which has been
defended there by Hammond off the back foot.
it's been quite frustrating, really, because I know what I can do with the bat, and it's been a little bit frustrating. But that's something that Benke's definitely be on about this year. That definitely go in there and get runs and do a good job for the team, hopefully.
Swepson coming around the wicket here. Hammond uses his feet. That's sharp work there, mid-wicket by Carlson. And Zaman, you got a cheeky little 18 not out against Leicestershire, putting their boulders to the sword in the first innings.
Wouldn't quite say that. Definitely better than the first Durham game where I was on for sort of 4 ducks in a row after that one, but it was nice to get a nice full toss first ball.
Is that known as an Audi, isn't it?
Yeah, I was on for the Audi.
Yeah.
Well, he has got an
Nearly the
A3 saloon.
rings.
You haven't got the Olympic rings, have you? You never got the Olympic rings with 5 in a row.
No, sadly. Well, thankfully not, no.
Where's that come off? There's a little appeal there from behind the wicket. Cook's interested, Lloyd's interested at slip. Swepson's not interested. And more to the point, the umpires aren't either.
So when you came in against Durham, I've turned to Zun when he's come out to bat and said it's not really spinning off the straight, so you can just play him. And
What about when he fires it into leg and sort of spins it past off?
So obviously Zun's first ball, he's bowled this nice drifting in, sort of pitching on leg, and he's prodded forward and nicked off, and I felt like he was going to walk by me and say, "Not spinning off the straight stuff."
No, I think
Funny old game.
Yeah, I similar to Josh. I actually grew up as a batter, probably until to be honest 17, 18. At school, I just started to try bowl. Well, I always sort of bowled, but I guess, and then sort of going to uni, Graham Charlesworth.
You were at Oxford.
Oxford, yeah, uni in Oxford, yeah. Brooks.
Zainul Hassan's into the attack. He bowls around the wicket. Chris Dent defends that one.
Yeah, I don't know what the real moment of, because even in uni cricket in Trinidad, sort of still batted 3.
Yeah.
On a T20 tour, so I don't know what the sort of moment was where I just tried to become an out-and-out seamer.
We've both taken inspiration from Kim Barnett, if anyone can remember his trigger where he started right outside leg stump.
Very open stance.
The Kim Barnett trigger. If we had a camera here, I'd love to give an impression.
That's flicked down the leg side. It's going to be 4 leg buys there to Dent.
Yeah, I think.
Or sort of 4 leg buys to the total.
Me and Josh do some good impressions actually, and some rain delays of Kim Barnett.
It's entertaining stuff. That's all I'll say.
So you do it like impressions as well, sort of batters and bowlers in the nets as well.
Yeah, I tried to roll out some leg spinners the other day.
So last week I was bowling at Durham and Zun was at mid off, and I'm not sure we should be doing this in a first class game, but
I personally see it as just a change of angles that Josh was using.
One more to Dent.
If you could imagine the late Bob Willis, how he used to running, I was running round the wicket to Alex Lees, and I was on the biggest angle you could believe, just trying to create something. Sadly it didn't work, but
we were trying to sort of start off stream, come on a great angle, potentially even through the wicket, and just sort of
just got to change
something. Yeah.
So you were at University at Oxford. I mean, you're in good company. So I mean, the nearest I got to University at Oxford was taking the roadworks through the ring road on the outside of it earlier.
It's a good ring road.
Yeah.
One of the greats actually.
University of Life, Dan, I think that's called.
Indeed. The only 3 letters I've got after my name are ESQ. So. It seems only this time last year we were here we're doing our cricketing curry 11. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Where we had Rogan Josh Shaw.
Yeah.
We had
Wow. Okay.
Ian Randall.
Yeah.
And I was Dan Sack Whiting.
Yeah.
So
My dad texted in with an absolute beauty, and I can't remember what it
Mo
was.
Salah.
Mo Salah. That's football. That's football.
Right. That's quite hard actually.
Hammond defence. Are you a football Menzel?
Yeah, Chelsea.
You're Chelsea?
All the way.
are you?
Yeah. Win the league this year. Chelsea.
Born and bred Chelsea, obviously. Not since they started winning trophies in about 02-03 sort of.
Yeah. Born and bred.
Yeah.
Cambridge boy in Chelsea.
Yeah.
Like the colour blue.
Got a soft spot for Cambridge United? Or?
Yeah, Amber Army.
Yeah.
Try get down there on sort of New Year's sort of time.
Down to the Abbey, yeah.
Yeah, with some home friends. It's normally a good atmosphere that time of year.
All Hassan there gets one that just tails back in as Hammond leaves that one. We thought that you'd want to get Billy Root out, being a Leeds fan, Josh, and Billy Root being Sheffield United.
I know him a little bit. He was when I first started on the academy at Yorkshire. He was in and around there. Here we are. We've got the camera on for the Kim Barnett special. Who he seems to kind of lined up a bit like this and just shuffled across. But coming back to the curry names, we've got Dan Lambooner.
We like it. We like it.
Yeah.
I'll get one by the end of commentary, I reckon.
Or maybe Ollie Price stands for Ollie Pillau Rice,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Wow.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a nice Indian on
We did.
Thursday night,
Yeah.
actually. Indian brasserie.
Yeah.
In Cheltenham,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just around the corner.
Just around the corner. Yeah.
Lovely Indian.
Swepson to Dent. It's on Nelson. Stand on one leg, chaps.
Yeah, you got one. You got one first innings, Nelson.
Yeah.
Amazing how how many times you shout it and it never comes off, and then all of a sudden you just get one from somewhere.
Yeah. So you're hoping to be back for the Worcestershire game on Wednesday? That starts, doesn't it?
Yeah, hopefully. I think this week was just a rest week or rotation. I think it's been quite a
Swepson,
busy.
quick single here. As Hammond, he's quick between the wickets, gets home. Gorvin.
It's been a pretty busy season so far, especially with that T20 block, and being my first season, it's been a bit of a.
It's quite tough because what we don't see as well is the amount of balls that you guys are bowling in training as well. You know, I mean, you're probably doing just as much work in training, if not more, aren't you, than you are doing out there?
Yeah, it's also the travelling that actually gets you quite a lot. You sat down for 2-3 hours, then expected to get out there straight away and play a game of cricket, which is, I mean, it doesn't sound a lot, but it eventually gets to your body, and you certainly get a lot stiffer.
Swepson around the wicket. Hammond uses his feet, plays it back to him. I find that with my commentary, Josh. I'm based in North London. It's the travelling that does me.
Yeah. I mean, London's not for me, unfortunately.
Is it not?
No. It's just
Couldn't tell.
That's a nice shot from Hammond. That's well fielded as well by Al Hassan. Now, quite a wide mid-off there. Sam, you come out of the Hertfordshire League. There have been a number of players come from the Hertfordshire League. Ajit Singh Dale, he was playing at North Mims in the Hertfordshire League. Rishi Patel as well, who's had a wonderful season at Leicestershire. 500s there.
Tillan's at Potters Bar as well.
Tilan Walalawita, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Well, I'm playing in the EAPL before.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell if it's too different, but yeah, definitely I think some lovely batting tracks in that league.
Dent plays that one to backward square. I won't roll out the Mitchell, you've been swept, son, again. I did that the other day.
that's good.
That's a 250.
That's very good.
250 up.
Easy.
72 overs
I
gone.
will be reusing that.
You got two of the worst people in the commentary box for an easy giggle, and you've got two there, Dan.
You just giggle on circuit, I reckon, mate.
Yeah.
I'm here all week. So we've got Worcestershire here. We've also got Wiltshire next Sunday as well, and then we've got 2 one-day games, and it's a lot of cricket in quite a short period of time. I mean, the full squad's going to be used, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. Otherwise, the boys would be struggling, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, we're pretty light on numbers with injuries at the minute, but you'd like to think that quite a few people get used. I didn't actually realise that the. Oh no!
Oh, Dent's gone. 113 chips it to mid-wicket. Chips Zain Hussain to James Harris, and Dent has to depart. The curse of Josh Shaw strikes again.
Yeah.
250 for 3. So Dent perishes for what was an absolutely lovely innings, and that was his first mistake that he's made, actually. But he has to go. He goes for his first 100 of the season, 113, and this brings to the crease a man on debut, Cornishman.
So I was wondering earlier, Dan, when we started the day, would this have been the first debut without bowling or batting if it didn't get into bat?
That's a good question.
Because we were looking pretty fair set earlier.
Yeah.
And I was like, this might be his debut, and he's played as a fielder.
Yeah. Who was I speaking to the other day about that? I think David Graveney made his debut and didn't bat. Or was it Jack Russell, possibly? Would this be the first debut of somebody who hasn't
Batted or bowled if Phillips didn't bat today?
I can't remember who I was speaking. I did an interview earlier in the week with somebody who that happened to. It was either Jack Russell or David Graveney. But Jack Russell was 1981 and David Graveney was 1971, so it's a while.
So young Joe got out in the field in the first innings, day one, and I was walking by him. I was like, enjoy it. It'd be a good experience. And he was like, I just want to get my hands on the ball. I just need to touch the ball. Need to touch the ball. He was 3 overs in. He's not touched the ball even from the slips. Just passing it back to the bowler. Bless him. He looked like a bit of a nervous wreck. He's like, I just need the ball in my hands. I said to Denty, I was like, Denty, come on, just lob him the ball. He needs to have a touch.
Lob it up as high as you can.
Will he be nervous now, do you think?
I'd imagine so. Yeah.
Here's all Hussain over the wicket. Plays a nice, pleasant forward defensive.
He'll remember that ball for the rest of his life.
Yeah, he
I'd
will.
imagine.
Yeah, he will.
Straight out the middle.
Who was your first ball from in first class cricket?
Mine was from Graham Napier.
Okay.
Oh.
At Essex?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. 2016.
Am I allowed to ask you the same question?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, mine was actually a uni game. So when the MCCU was first class cricket. So
Okay.
Thankfully I had 13 first class runs before that Durham game. So if I retired there, I still had some runs.
Yeah.
Mine was Toby Rowland Jones, and he hit me on the board first ball, and I thought I was absolutely gone. But apparently I was outside the line. Maybe the umpire felt a bit sorry for me. But yeah, I had a few mates come down that day, and all they heard was a massive thud on the way back from lunch.
I did ask Joe Phillips what we can use about you. As he's Cornishman. There he is, he's off the mark.
Well done, Joe.
There's a very pleasant couple, whips him through mid-wicket, and he's up and away in what will be the first couple of many, no doubt, in his first-class career.
At least he's not on him in the second innings.
Exactly.
Off him on debut.
Exactly. So I asked
Nothing wrong
him.
with being on him.
Correct.
So I asked him what can we sort of use about you on commentary, and he was not particularly forthcoming. And I said to him, what football team do you support? And he said, I'm a Man United fan, which
No,
at that
he's
point
not.
I walked away from.
Surely.
I mean, to be fair, that is his local club, being from Cornwall.
Exactly, from Truro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hussain over the wicket. Phillips just opens the face there. Gorvin doing the fielding, backward point.
Guess I can't speak about local teams.
That's right, Zom. Yeah.
Go to a lot of Chelsea games, thank you very much.
Josh, you're a Leeds fan. You went to a couple of games last year.
Season before.
Season before.
Yeah, sadly, it's the writing was on the wall last year, wasn't it, for Leeds, unfortunately. But never mind, we're not here to talk football, Dan. It's all about the Cheltenham Festival,
it's
of course.
It's a cricket season, yes, naturally. Naturally.
well avoided.
Phillips defends. I think he's the first Cornishman to play for Gloucestershire since the wonderfully named Jack Crapp. Oh, Liam Norwell. Norwell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Crapp. What was he? What did he do?
He was a batter.
What did you say?
There's a he actually made fun of his own name actually in his after dinner speaking, where he was on an England tour, and England at that time had to share rooms with people, and he was sharing with Alec Bedser, and he's walked into his hotel and said, room 405. I said, Bedser? He said, no, crap. And was pointed in the direction of the WC.
We, my local team back home, we had a chap playing the juniors called James Crapper.
Right, okay.
Unfortunate, I think, would be say about that one.
Swepson around the
Whoa.
wicket. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. He once made himself a smoothie and proceeded to put his hand in the blender.
Oh.
Which didn't end very well for the end of his fingers.
No.
As you can imagine. Yeah, so he's...
Hammond used his feet, plays that out to mid-off for one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he did it, but
Was he a spinner?
He actually was, funny enough. He was. Our junior team, Jared played there as well.
Wakefield Thorns, is it? Yeah.
Correct, yeah. And he just turned up one day with a big bandage on his hand and he stuck his hand in a blender.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why, but...
That's sort of career defining, really, isn't it? Career defining injury.
Yeah, could have been in the next Graham Swan.
Swepson gives that one a little bit more air. Phillips foxed a little bit, but recovers and plays it out into the covers. Now, Josh, I think there's a very sad thing that's happened, I believe. That,
Oh dear.
I have to discuss it with you after this ball from Swepson.
Oh, slow.
The volume has gone up a little bit. Something very sad has happened. I believe that you can't find the bucket hat.
Yes, yeah. It's a touchy subject, Dan, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So
Swepson over the wicket, pushes that one through a little bit quicker. Phillips defends.
yeah, we were training about 2 weeks ago, just before the England women were at the county ground for that great game. And I've put my hat on my spot, which I believe, and
of course you did.
it's gone missing.
Someone nicked it.
Well,
Blaming others.
it could be a great joke, or it could be a misjudgment from myself. I'm backing it's a great joke from somebody because I hope it turns up. Yeah.
That's the end of the over.
Yeah.
Lost for 253 for 3.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this was destined for the museum. I mean,
2016, I got that hat.
Yeah.
I got it. I think it was the second game I ever played. I remember Dorse was asking who wants a sun hat, and for some reason I've never worn one, and I was like, yeah, I'll have one, and he kindly got me one. It's a bit too big for my head, so I've got a safety pin in the back just to pull it a bit tighter.
Big for your head.
Yeah,
Must
it
be
is
pretty big, that.
Yeah, it's 5XL. Thank you very much. But no, I've had that many a year, and it's gone missing, which I'm very very sad about, because now I've got one of the new ones, which is it's like a cardboard rim, and it's no good.
Just not there.
It's not.
Bucket hats have become all the rage now as well.
But
I mean, you were a setter of fashion, weren't you? Not a follower.
Yeah,
I wouldn't quite call it a bucket hat. It's more of just an old school floppy.
Oh,
Jack Russell
Hammond's
sort of
played
thing.
that in the air, but he's got away with that.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's a bit like Jack Russell's, but it's not got the rips in it just yet.
Yeah. I spoke to him about his hat the other day.
Yeah.
He really said
Might have ripped him when it comes back.
I saw him on day one when he was just outside the commentary box here. I was like, I really wish I had my hat on right now, because I think he'd be very impressed about it.
We spoke about it. He nearly set it on fire in the West Indies. It was soaked in sweat, and he put it in the oven to dry off, and it
dear.
caught fire, and he had to do a lot of urgent repairs.
Is it true about his Weetabix and his cups of tea? You could
Yeah.
tell if it wasn't made right and things like that.
He also made he had a lucky tea bag for a test. As all Hassan comes in, Phillips plays and misses. He had a lucky tea bag for a test, and he drank tea religiously. And he made one tea bag last for 120 cups of tea. Which,
No way.
if you saw Ian Randall's tea here the other day, it would have still, Jack Russell's 120th cup of tea would have still been stronger than that miserable effort from Randall.
I reckon his last cup of tea was like dishwater, I reckon then. It must be.
Well, you have seen the effort from Ian Randall the other day, which has gone viral. Hassan, Phillips leaves alone. Zam, are you a cap man or a hat man?
Oh, what? Sorry.
A cap man or a hat man?
Anything to hide the penalty spot, I think.
Wow. It's gone quite deep there, haven't you?
I can't get involved in this
Wow.
conversation. I'm
Don't sort of take that. I like a wide brim cap, yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't seem to have them. I think we need to get some for the one-day comp. So yeah, I reckon if I had a choice, it'd be a wide brimmer.
wide brimmer, yeah.
Yeah.
Bracey's gone a little bit wide brim, but I saw he's gone back to the cap.
Yeah, it's just. I think it's when the sun's out he goes the wide brimmer.
Does he?
I think so. Yeah, he did it. I think he had it on at Durham last week. But nothing. Yeah, nothing's beating the old school. The old school
Cap.
floppy.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And Gloucestershire cap players, as soon as they make their debut, don't they?
Yeah.
You don't have to have a sort of a bedding in period
No.
like some other counties.
Yeah, a bit like Yorkshire, where nobody knows where the capping system ends.
Phillips plays that into the offside. Because certain counties, like Northants, for instance, have got a different cap, haven't they? They've got one with sort of piping down it if you're uncapped.
Well, Yorkshire have the same with the closed bud and the open flower for the
Same as Sussex, is it?
Yeah, Sussex have one martlet, don't they? And then six martlets on the jumper.
Yeah, same.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
But no, you're straight capped once you make your debut here.
Quite like that.
All Hassan to Phillips. You're listening to Josh Shaw, Zaman Akhtar, and me, Dan Whiting. There's 7 minutes left to lunch. What's for lunch today for the players, chaps? Anything exciting?
We have
I wouldn't mind meatballs. Please tell me it's meatballs.
no meatballs. It's a salmon en croûte or chicken in sort of a mustard.
Mustard.
Yeah, but not like a.
I think I'll
full-on
be. Yeah, I might be down this steak Vanden down the bottom. I think.
I want to go to that Argentinian place. Across
Yeah, it's very good.
Is it?
Yeah,
Steak and chips.
The minute steak.
Mustard's
Is it?
not for me.
Yeah.
Mustard. No good.
I had a mustard roll about 2 weeks ago,
Nah.
and it was just like bulk coughing for about 10 minutes. Just
As my dad would say, put hairs on your chest.
Swepson around the wicket, floated up to Hammond. I don't know if he's got a little tickle on that around the corner. There's going to be two of them, whatever, whether they're buys or runs. No, they've got runs. Yeah, I didn't know. Sometimes I don't know whether, when you order a minute steak, whether they're small, whether they're a minute steak or a minute steak. I'm not quite sure. But
Which is your favourite food outlet of the week so far?
I think it's the Argentinian. I haven't ventured into the Greek place yet.
Because last
A
year we
nice
had a good
shot from
conversation.
Hammond. He's going to get 4 runs for that.
It's a beauty.
Uses his feet and drives pleasantly through the offside. You haven't been to the Greek place because where I'm from in North London is a very Greek area, and I sort of thought, you don't come to Cheltenham to have what you can have at home.
Yeah.
But Josh, I want to ask you, as a Yorkshireman, Sunday lunch. When I've been up there, it's served inside the Yorkshire pudding.
Oh yes.
Isn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah,
Are you a fan of that?
yeah. There's only one way to do it. You need a. To be fair, we didn't have it that much, but a big old Yorkshire pudding with everything inside it.
Yeah.
A ton of gravy.
in the wrap.
A bit like a wrap, yeah.
So the Yorkshire pudding is like the size of the plate,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
the roast is actually inside the Yorkshire
I've seen
pudding.
those wraps.
Yeah,
where it's
Yorkshire
literally
pudding wrap in
wrapped up,
in York, very nice. At the Shambles,
Getting hungry here.
very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big old Yorkshire. Nothing beats my grandma's Yorkshire puddings, those. I'm afraid.
Homemade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she makes the best. She does.
Fish pie as well.
Funny story about the fish pie. I'll tell you after this ball.
Go on, tell us the fish
Bro.
pie story. That's defender. That's a dot ball, by the way.
So,
I'm lost on the commentary here. I mean, we're just going into culinary
I imagine
adventures.
my grandma and granddad are probably listening now at home, and she knows I'm not a big fan of fish pie.
Right.
So what would she make every Monday after school? Fish pie.
Hammond plays that one into the offside. There's probably one there, but they don't take it. Go on.
So you'd have thought she'd have got the gist, but she carried on to do it. Throughout my 5 years of high school, every Monday was a fish pie.
Very good for you.
No comment, no comment. Sorry, Grandma, I love you.
So you didn't have the heart to tell her that you don't like fish
Oh,
pie?
yeah.
You did? You told her?
She knew, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but she... I don't know what it was. She
One of
just...
the all-time
Yeah.
sort of meals from your grandma.
Yeah. Fish pie. Brilliant. It had to have a ton of ketchup on to go down, I'm afraid.
No, what is it about Yorkshiremen?
Defended by Hammond.
My old flatmate used to just put ketchup on absolutely everything. He used to eat like cottage pie. He'd like
Yeah.
flatten it to bits so
Yeah.
it looks like sort of,
Yeah, a farm truck.
yeah, like genuinely,
Yeah.
farm truck. And then you have like a bit of toast, well, bread, because he didn't toast it, and then just put ketchup on it.
Interesting.
Yorkshiremen.
No. Yeah, but no,
Bread's a bit different.
the fish pie, it's a touchy subject in
In the
Shaw
Shaw household.
household,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can imagine. Well, we've got one more over left until lunch. Gents, you've been absolutely wonderful guests. We'll have to have you back on at some point. We've got the One Day Cup coming up as well. That gives Gloucestershire a chance of some silverware. I think they've got a good chance. Don't lose too many to the 100 as well.
Yep.
You two guys looking to be involved in that?
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Yeah, fingers
hopefully.
crossed. I think it'll be
All Hassan to Phillips.
nice.
Nice run.
Yeah, I think
Well
it'll be.
run. One run.
Hopefully, I think for me, I think it'd be quite a nice format. Is just try come in for 10 overs, try bowl quick.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple in the power play in the middle.
Is
Try
what-
to take some wickets throughout.
I actually, in a way, prefer it to T20 because you actually get a full day's cricket. You get to see both sides bat and bowl, and I think it offers wonderful value for the fans as well. And tickets
Yeah.
are available on the Gloss website for anyone who's thinking about coming here, either for Northamptonshire or Derbyshire games next week,
Correct.
or we've got Somerset and Durham in Bristol. As that's a dot ball there to Miles Hammond.
It's just proper cricket, isn't it?
Here's
Here-
Ian Randall's cup of tea
No way.
from the other day. That's gone viral.
It looks like a Horlicks.
Ian is now known as Ian Earl Grey Randall. And it is a miserable, weak effort. And he has been rightly berated for his troubles.
Mate, I think Ian might be playing the game. You make one bad one, you don't have to make them again.
Well, he didn't actually make it, although it has been put out on social media that he has. He's taken unbelievable stick. In fact, one person said that this is what, corporal punishment was invented for, cups of tea like that. And he has been taking stick since Friday afternoon, since he made it. The County Championship Twitter feed actually put it out.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul Hassan plays that. Hammond plays that out to mid-off. So he's you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you, Ian?
Shake of the head.
Yeah. It's
Innocent till proven guilty,
It's-
I think is the line he's looking for.
as we say, dishwater off a duck's back there. So, yeah. But guys, you've been absolutely fantastic. It's been really good having you on. Zeman, you enjoyed your first stint with us?
Loved it, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to get you back
Thanks.
on.
Chatting some cricket.
Good leave.
And Josh, hope you don't get any fish pie for lunch. I hope you.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah.
Salmon on croûtes, close. Susie does these brownies, which are sort of potentially all-time brownie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
reckon.
she covers them. It's a protein brownie.
Yeah, it's 30
apparently.
grams of protein,
Actually, you
10
guys
calories.
are professional
Yeah,
athletes.
yeah.
Mm,
Wink,
yeah,
wink.
yeah.
Protein brownie. I'm
Yeah.
sure it is.
The chocolate
oh,
ganache it's known for the
Yeah.
high protein content.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she miraculously makes them 20 calories a piece. So that's why I had 5. I needed my 100 calories.
As quick bowlers, though, you're supposed to have
You need the brownies.
3,000 calories a day, something like that. Is that right?
You burn
yeah.
a lot when you're playing. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh,
see
nearly
how
a
much
leading edge there by Hammond back to All
it is,
Hassan.
it is interesting to see how much you burn cover on your GPS.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be lunch, guys. It's been absolutely wonderful having you on. You've been fantastic, and good luck. And might see you back later on as well, Josh. Might see you plonk a few into the.
Yeah, hopefully it'd be nice. Yeah.
Put one into this tent. I'll buy you a pint, mate.
Deal.
Done. You're onto that.
That was hard.
Twisted my arm.
Yeah. We'll go. That's lunch. Gloucestershire going to the break at 261 for 3. They resumed this morning on 134 for 1. They lost Ollie Price, caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Mitchell Swepson for 84, and Chris Dent went caught by James Harris at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ul Hassan for 113. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to put the kettle on, have a bit of lunch. Josh Shaw's going off for his fish pie, and we'll see you back here in about 35 minutes. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Returning to the middle, umpires Neil Pratt and Chris Watts.
And that was Ben Feasy announcing the return of the umpires here at Cheltenham for the afternoon session on this final day. Gloucestershire having made 127 for 2 across the morning session. The two men out, Ollie Price caught by Cook off a bottom edge off the leg spinner Swepson for 84, and Chris Dent, having completed a first championship 100 of the season, clipped a ball from Zain Ul Hassan to James Harris at mid-wicket, having made 113, 14 fours in his 100, and with 3 overs to go until the second new ball, we're going to see Kieran Carlson have a bowl for Glamorgan. Gloucestershire have 33 overs left of the allocation for bonus points, and they need 189, so they've got to raise the rate down a little bit. Not much, doesn't call for a lot, but they've got Miles Hammond on 26 and young Joe Phillips on his debut on 3. So I wonder if this is literally just a couple of overs from Carlson just to get us to the second new ball, and then we might see Von der Hoesten back. He only had one spell this morning.
Yeah, I think so. There's still bonus points at stake for Glamorgan here, so
Yeah, they've got 1 at the moment.
yeah, but they'll want to make that 2 or possibly even 3.
Yeah, but 2 I think is realistic. So Phillips to face the gentle off spin of Carlson, and he just pushes that quietly out onto the offside. Just the one slip in, and so this is about bonus points now, this game. Although for Gloucestershire there is the added issue when they come to bowl of trying to recover an over-rate deficit from the first innings. Phillips got quite a wide stance. He's a tall young man, 19 years old, and Carlson tosses that right up. It's got down the leg side, and Cook doesn't take it cleanly. A rarity for him. He's been a good servant to Glamorgan.
Yeah, he has been. He has been.
And he's got a deal in the 100 this year. In the 100 this year as well.
Yeah.
Carlson over the wicket, quite flighty. His off spin, and Phillips
37 years old now. Chris Cook
just blocks that.
born in Johannesburg. He's been there. It's his 13th season at Glamorgan.
Yeah, so with the Welsh Fire in the 100. And Phillips plays that again pleasantly out on the offside. Good tumbling stop from James Harris, who does run very much like James Anderson. Very, very similar. He hasn't got quite as many first-class wickets. Not to say 558 isn't a good tally, but Carlson, and again tossed right up. Phillips plays that pleasantly to mid-off, but again no run. Obviously really came to Gloucestershire's attention, or really made people sit up when he got that double 100 in the seconds. That was, what, 2 summers ago, I think.
No, last year.
Was it last year?
Mm.
And then he's got runs in the seconds again this year. That's a pleasant shot too. That's past Harris. That may go all the way for 4. Down the slope on the Sanford Road side of the ground through extra cover. And it goes to the rope now for 4.
Lovely shot.
Pleasant way to get off the mark.
Yeah, what a lovely shot. And his first boundary in first-class cricket. And I'm sure he'll be feeling a lot better.
But he had that, essentially, he had it, to go in with for 15 minutes before lunch was an awkward little time for a young man making their debut. Whoever you're facing, I would suggest. So they're going to try Swepson, not with. Sorry, I was going to go down the gag of. Shorts with fizzy drink mixers or something there, but he's going to change his ends and come on from the college lawn end.
I think he's actually just Swepson as opposed to.
Yes, he is. That's quite true. But I'm sure he's. And I hadn't worked out the other day that Jack Haynes, who we may see playing for Worcestershire here later this week, is called Clunesy because of his strong likeness to Martin Clunes.
Swepson in, and Hammond goes after him straight away. 1-2 bounces. And that runs away down to the Sanford Avenue side of the ground. Hammond full of intent there. Straight after lunch moves on to 30.
Yes, I think he feels that.
Talking of lookalikes and nicknames, Steve James, the old Glamorgan opening bat,
Yeah.
had such a strong likeness to, I'll come on to it after this ball. Hammond plays that one out to long on. Van der Hoogden does the fielding, 1 run. He had such a strong likeness to Chris de Burgh that Lancashire fielders used to sing Lady in Red to him when he was batting from the slipcourt.
I can kind of see that.
Yep.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. He's got a slightly more angular face, though, I would say. That is Jamer, not Christopher.
No. Swepson to Phillips, drives pleasantly. Can only find Gorvin in the covers.
Do you know where Burr Island is?
Devon?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice shot. Only can't beat James Harris round the corner.
If you think back over this game, Dan, I know we've only had kind of a day and a half to this point plus 1 session, so we're shy of 2 days play at the moment.
Phillips defends.
Not that much has really genuinely beaten the bat, has it?
No, it's
We haven't had a whole raft of LBW appeals.
that's well bowled. Slightly slower there. Slightly slower and grips and turns.
Let's have a look at this. This is Swepson from the college lawn end. It is slower. It's quite. That was quite a bit of loop on that. It did spin a little bit, but it's slow spin. It's not really ripping.
No, not a lot has beaten the bat. It's been very flat. In fact, this pitch is so flat it reminds me of the sort of the weak lager that you buy in a nightclub. I've seen more life in that perhaps than some of this in regards to the bowlers here at Cheltenham College. But it's been a very good batting track. The only one to get any life out of it's been Paul van Meekeren.
Carlson round the wicket to Hammond, who cuts. Jamie McElroy still on the field as a sub.
Ooh.
I wonder whether. I don't think who
Hit him in the
player is
face.
who's not out there. I wonder.
It's bobbled up and hit McElroy there in the face, actually. I hope he's alright. He seems like okay.
Or is he just almost on a rotation for fielders going on and off? Van der Hoogden possibly getting ready for a bowl here. We'll see. And Phillips to Carlson's off spin. Just pushes that gently out to Harris at extra cover. So remind you of the, I'm sure you know the bonus point situation. Gloucestershire have got 1 batting point at the moment. 2 is at 300, 3 at 350. And then Phillips goes back, and Carlson asks about an LBW, but umpire Watts not interested. Miles Hammond could get going here. There is the possibility of getting up close to that maximum at 450. But he, or Bracey, or Phillips for that matter, need to gradually accelerate. But for Phillips, this is a bit about him acclimatising to first team cricket in a comparatively a low pressure situation. Carlson to him, and he actually uses his feet there and goes down the ground. He would pick up 1. He was halfway down the pitch already, having used his feet to play the shot, and pushes it up to Zainul Hassan. So now Hammond with long on back for Carlson. doesn't go down the ground, he just defends. So we're now at 80 overs. If they want the new ball, Glamorgan can take it. Van der Hoofden, I think is he trotting off to maybe to change boots or something? He's moving from his position. Yes, he's going off. Andy Gorvin, I think, was the player who was off for McElroy initially, but maybe Van der Hoofden is going to go and get his bowling boots on. We're going to see Swepson continue for the moment.
I wonder if Swepson might bowl with a new ball. It will turn quicker, it will spin sharper.
You'll get a bit more bounce potentially.
Yeah. And I also wonder if Glamorgan don't want to flog their bowlers into the ground with a game starting in 2 days as well. It's Swepson to Phillips. Uses feet nicely, drives back firmly. Swepson fields off his own bowling.
Gorvin was just flexing his shoulders a moment ago, which might imply that, you know, he may not be long before he's involved. Be surprised if it was with the new ball though.
Swepson, one of the Mitchells in the Australian side. Mitchell Marsh, Mitchell Stark, Peggy Mitchell, Grant Mitchell. Ooh, effort ball there from Swepson.
You might know the rugby coach John Mitchell, who was involved at Sale.
He was a Kiwi, wasn't he?
Yes,
yeah, he was
involved
Kiwi.
at Sale for a while, involved with England for a while as well.
Yeah. Mitchell Santner, another Kiwi. Does seem a popular name. Phillips Dare defends off the back foot, punches into the covers, can't beat North East. Does seem a popular name in the Southern Hemisphere, doesn't it? Driven firmly off the back foot there by Phillips, but again can't beat North East. Not sure it's so popular here. I mean, you don't get many people going, oh, look at my baby Mitchell.
He's not in your part of the world, Dan.
No. Just played round the corner there from Phillips. That's a maiden. That completes the over. 272 for 3, Hammond 32. Joe Phillips on debut is on 8.
Maiden over for Swepson. Van der Hoofden's back on the field. Is he going to have a bowl with the second new ball straight away? I think he is. So this will be a short burst, I would have thought, from Van der Hoofden. He had one spell this morning at the start of the day, and he's going to bowl again from the College Chapel end. There is the signal.
The new
So,
ball has been taken.
new ball almost straight away, just an over beyond the allocation. And Van der Hoofden with 34 wickets for the season, but unable so far to add to that tally in this innings, but it's not been an easy one. Glamorgan have got, say, only one bowling point from the first 80 overs, and they've only got now 29 left with a new ball to try and improve that tally. What's Miles Hammond going to do here?
I wonder if they're looking at 400 as opposed to 450.
I'll have to see how this pans out. Hammond faces Van der Hoofden, who fields off his own bowling.
Hammond's been in good touch recently. Thought he batted well at Durham.
He's the highest run scorer in the team. Having passed, I mean, Marcus Harris has played fewer games, but Hammond's recent scores certainly impressive. That's down the leg side from Van der Hoofden and only off the pad. nothing from Hammond's bat. And his recent scores, so he got 86 in the second innings at Durham. He got 52 in the first innings. In the draw at Yorkshire, Gloucestershire only batted once. He got 92, and he got 48 in the second innings against Leicestershire. So the last 4 scores have all been decent contributions.
How is he going total, Hammond?
So he started this match with 550 at 42 as an average.
He's closing on 600 runs.
Steered away by Hammond into the gap. That's gone quickly off the bat. And 4 more to him. He goes to 36. He's 36, as you can see on your screen, from 51 balls. That was a bit of a squirt, that one, but there is a gap to the right of McElroy, who is just behind point. There's nobody between North East, who's at a fine gully. It was almost a second slip, actually, deceptive angle from where we are. Van der Hoogten around the wicket, and Hammond will get one more here. Down to deep square. Throw in from Swepson. And part of this...
Ollie Price must be close to 600 as well, isn't he? He's got to be around there.
So 348 at the start of... sorry, that's Tom Price. Ollie Price 343.
Oh, okay.
So he's a bit further back than...
I suppose he missed a few doing his exams early, didn't he?
Yeah. This is his 7th match, Ollie Price, of the season. So he started it with fewer runs than his brother, but he's changed that for the moment. Van der Hoogten then to Phillips with the new ball, and Phillips defends. I was going to say, part of this kind of experience for Joe Phillips is not kind of feeling as if he's in a silo out there. It's Hammond batting with him and kind of steering him through, if you like, isn't it?
Yeah.
There is a bit about, batting with your partner and trying to aid you through your first-class debut. Van der Hoogten again, and again he defends, and there's a single there, comfortable one. Just plays it sensibly out to deep, so towards deep square. There's ground for McElroy to make up. Nothing much in that over from Van der Hoogten. You would suggest that made you think that the second new ball was going to deliver a clatter of wickets. It's going to be Gorvin to share the new ball with Van der Hoogten. So Gloucestershire, remember, the target in theory is to get to 450 in 110 overs. They're 282 for 3 after 82.
Change of bowling from the College Lawn end, Andy Gorvin.
So certainly, Glamorgan, as we've said, will go to Leicester for their game this week, and here at Cheltenham, Worcestershire are here for a derby. I'd say a derby game. It's probably about as close as it gets, because Somerset never come to Cheltenham, as we know.
No, and also we're in the north of the county here, so we're nearer Worcester, aren't we, than
Yes.
we're nearer Taunton.
Yeah. And they will definitely be coming here wanting a win, particularly after with their win at Oakham School earlier this week.
Gorvin in, cut, lovely shot, Joe Phillips. Stand and deliver.
Yeah, that was well, if that's the best you can do, I can put some runs on the board here. Very nicely played.
Yeah.
Stood tall, not a lot of foot movement, just knew exactly where that the whole hand and eye coordination thing was.
Yeah.
What delivered that?
Gorvin legs pumping. Comes in. Phillips defends. Can only find Billy Root.
So if you've perhaps joined us today, haven't been with us on the stream during the week, Joe Phillips, 19 years old, obviously made that 250 that we spoke about. Hails from Cornwall, and this season he's got a half century against Glamorgan seconds early on, and he got 2 half centuries in his last red ball game for the twos against Surrey, against Kent I should say.
Defended off the front foot.
So
Taxi's arrived over there again, Ian.
yeah. Yes, I saw
That won't get old. Right through the festival.
I saw the Gloucestershire supporter, which who has a nickname, Taxi.
Yeah, he's here.
During lunch. See him almost every day at Bristol. I've not known him to miss. And
nice shot there from Phillips, whipped through mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way down the hill there. What a pleasant shot that is as well. I like the look of him.
well, when the batting order was suggested for this game, I kind of figured that he might bat at 5 rather than 6, because you've got the cover, if you like, of James Bracey, if that was necessary. But in this situation, absolutely right that he should bat at 5, and that's where he was put when the team was announced.
Phillips gets bowled, trying to move the score along, and Gorvin picks up his first wicket.
I'm not sure that got up very much actually.
No, it didn't. He was just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and pays the price in Gloucestershire's pursuit of batting points here. Phillips departs for 17.
But you would have thought, having picked him for this game, there will be every chance that he will get included again for the match against Worcestershire later in the week. So you'll have another chance to see him.
Yeah.
James Bracey out at number 6.
I believe we've been emailed a cafe-based question by somebody, but we can't pick up our emails, unfortunately, at the moment.
If James wants to, I think I might be able to, if James can send me... Oh, can't even open the emails, okay. Fair enough. It'll have to wait till Wednesday.
James Bracey is sponsored by the Cheltenham Group.
James Bracey is the new man at the wicket. Gloucestershire's captain in this game.
Bowled by Gorvin for 17.
And Gorvin hadn't looked like getting a wicket, truthfully. But Phillips, perhaps having seen what he thought Gorvin had, maybe just getting one that didn't get up quite as much. And now, I wonder what Bracey's approach will be. Back to 2 left-handers again. Is he going to treat this almost as a...
Gorvin into Bracey, just a little bit of movement back into the left-hander.
Is this almost a little bit of white ball practice for Gloucestershire here, do you think, in this sort of situation, or is it...
No, because I think the white ball and red ball behave so differently that I don't think it is really.
But in
I
terms
get
of
where you're coming from.
Attitudinally.
Yeah, I get where you're coming
if
from.
that's a word.
But I just think that the white ball just doesn't move as prodigiously as the red ball, perhaps. So I don't think you can compare it. But I agree in that sort of mentally, you're sort of hunting down an imaginary target, aren't you?
160 in 27 overs. That's the imaginary target to get to 450. So a slip and a gully now for Van der Hoofden, and they've got a man at point. Billy Roots come right out to the point boundary. Basically he's only on the 1 there. So Van der Hoofden around the wicket, and Hammond just punches that out to James Harris.
It was Chris Dent's 21st first-class 100 for Gloucestershire. Made his debut back in 2010. Goes past Andy Stollewold, Mark Lane and Chris Taylor, all who finished their careers on 20 centuries for Gloucestershire, and that's been provided by Adrian Thomas. He loves a stat, doesn't he?
Yes, unfortunately, he's been tallying up the overs lost to the weather rather too often this year. I think somebody said that that's now over 1,200 overs lost.
Oh, play up Pompey. We've had another one for our Scottish Footballers Cricket 11. With a Gloucestershire connection, how could we miss this man out? Hamish Marshall.
Van der Hoogten. And again to Hammond, who can only find James Harris an extra cover. Yes, so we tend to think of, and you had Jock Edwards in there, but you're looking at surnames more than Christian names, aren't you? Really?
Oh, I'll take either in. Oh, I'll go either with my Scottish cricketing or Scottish sounding cricketers 11. Paul was here on Friday, top man. Popped in to us, say hello to us.
Van der Hoogten past umpire Watts. Good tumbling stop from Sam North East. The touch of irony perhaps from the cheering. It was a good stop. It didn't quite deserve the cheers that it got.
There's a lot of Scots down in sort of New Zealand, isn't there? I think Billy Connolly alluded to it once in one of his sketches. I'll come on to that after this ball.
Van der Hoogten still without a wicket, and Hammond's got it past Harris this time as a chase of Billy Root. I don't think he'll be able to hold that in, and that will go all the way to the extra cover boundary for 4 up in front of the pavilion. Did it go for 4 or not? It did go. I thought it's just that's just in a blind corner from our vantage point, but it was picked up in the end on the rope by McElroy.
Look,
not on the ground, I understand.
a lot of Scots went to the very south of New Zealand, didn't they? And places there reflect the names like Dunedin and Invercargill. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Gloucester needs 6 for another batting point. Won't get it here. Get closer to it here. Defended again by Hammond. 41 he's got, 41 from 58. So he's in. Would like another 50 to add to the others this season. Got 6 already.
And the Scots went. It was at a time when England or the Great Britain owned most of the world, and we could have gone anywhere in the world, and only the Scots thought, I know, let's go somewhere colder.
What's in Finley colder? So Gorvin 1 for 27 from 11 overs.
Yeah, he's been tidy.
Wonder how Bracey will treat him.
Here he comes, legs pumping. Oh, Bracey gropes for that one outside off stump.
Somebody we haven't seen bowl yet in this match. He tends not to bowl much in red ball cricket is David Lloyd. Has he had a bowl this season? Oh, yeah, a little bit, not much. 55 overs. So
yeah, it's reasonable.
But you know, he's such a good all-round cricketer. Obviously he's mainly a batsman, but he's a handy bowler. But just wonder whether you might see him later on.
Oh, that beats Bracey outside the off stump. Gorvin's bowling well here, bowling good areas, getting a little bit of movement.
The new ball is just helping him a little bit. It's wicket to wicket, just a touch of movement away from the left-hander. Bracey, of course, captaining the team as well as keeping wicket here, so we would have, in a sense, been grateful for the breather and the start made by Gloucestershire in this reply to Glamorgan's 450 for 6 declared.
And it's more solid there from Bracey. Crowd out to our right here, enjoying the sunshine, basking in it. Very nice lady called Jan, comes from Chepstow. She's enjoying her day's play at Cheltenham College. Bracey defends that into the offside. She's enjoying the sunshine. Here every day, one of Gloucestershire's loyal supporters. Members area to our left here. People in the seats enjoying the sun. A gentleman called Matthew Lee, who's quite a vocal chap, well known to all and sundry who follow the Shire, as Bracey defends that one out to mid-off.
Did you, when you pulled her in the car park today, did you think or did you hope there would be some kind of a chat about a run chase on this final day, which didn't actually happen, but which didn't actually materialise into anything? Did you think there would be one?
Yeah, I did think there would be one. That's let go by Bracey. That completes the over. 294 for 4. Hammond's on 41. Bracey yet to get off the mark. Maiden over for Gorvin. Yes, I did, Ian. I thought that, I thought Gloucestershire might have declared this morning. Glamorgan would have then maybe had a little thrash and set them something up like 360, 370, 380 off, maybe 80 odd.
Yeah, that was the sort of number that I was.
But it wasn't to be.
Contemplating. But you need the two sides to agree, and they need to put their own scenario together. And it didn't happen in the away game either, did it? Because Gloucestershire batted on and on and on until they felt they were in a position where they could set a target, but Glamorgan were not left with long to chase. 331 in 46 was what they were left with, and I think the defence at that stage from Gloucestershire was they were behind the game for a long time, and they weren't going to give Glamorgan the opportunity of a cheap target. And in the end, they just batted out quietly for a draw.
The counter argument is Gloucestershire can't get relegated.
Yeah.
What have they got to lose? But I can see both sides of the coin, Ian.
Steered into the hands on the bounce of North East by Miles Hammond. And one side will start in one position over a target and a number of those, and one side will start with another, and if one doesn't move, then you end up with a game that's going to be drawn.
Yep.
Glamorgan know they've got maximum batting points. They will get 5 for the draw. They really want to try and bowl Gloucestershire out. Whether they'll be able to do that, even with this second new ball, I think remains very much in doubt. Very overthrown return from Billy Root. I know it's only a short boundary square here at Cheltenham, but Root overthrew that a long way, and Hammond picked up one more under no real pressure. James Bracey, it was running to the danger end. I say danger end, it was a wild return from Root. 295 for 4. Gloucestershire, of course, start on Wednesday against Worcestershire here. A few memorable games against them in recent years here at Cheltenham.
We believe Courtney Walsh might be on the ground as well.
On the hook to Bracey, that's gone bat and pad. I think it was only pad. It was just the pad. So a leg by. We have the recent Worcestershire visits. The last one, 2019, they were set 246 to win, and Gloucestershire beat them by 13 runs. And there was also, if you go back a little bit further, what I think still remains Gloucestershire's record 10th wicket partnership between Liam Norwell and Craig Miles, in a game where Gloucestershire were a long way behind. Here is Van der Hoogten in and clipped pleasantly up to mid-off for no run by Hammond. Gloucestershire, I think, ended up setting Worcestershire about 70 to win, but there was the fun of the last wicket partnership before that, which gave the crowd a bit of entertainment, even though the result was pretty much sealed well before. But that game in 2019 was a very tense finish, because Worcestershire looked to be, if not cruising, certainly quite comfortable, and they lost a clatter of wickets towards the end. That's let go by Hammond, through to Cook. Van der Hoofden has now got through 20 overs, none for 48. I would think maybe a couple more from him, and that will be his work done for the day. I'd be surprised if he is if he's flogged, in inverted commas, in this situation by David Lloyd. Got a nice scene. I mean, that's the scene you see of Cheltenham Down, isn't it? With the stone in the sunshine, very, very resplendent.
Good Cotswold stone there. Good Cotswold man's just sent me Rogan Josh Shaw again. It's the Curry 11. That's Kevin Taylor. Top man Kevin.
That's Matt's dad, is it?
Matt and Jack's dad, yeah.
Yeah, I think Matt's got a sore foot, we understand, so that's why
Sore toe.
Oh,
Yeah, I was having a chat with him about it this morning.
so that's why he wasn't involved in this game. He's had his moments at Cheltenham, Matt, including that Middlesex game a couple of years back.
Yeah, got all the wickets in the last session. That's driven pleasantly by Bracey. Can't get it past mid-off though, no run.
And with David Payne currently not in the team because of workload on that ankle of his, Matt is the only left armour that offers the variety of that angle.
Unless you count Chris Dent, of course.
2.3 overs, 1 for 1 in the season.
Gorvin over the wicket to Bracey, plays it into the offside. Yet to get off the mark, James Bracey. Flags fluttering here next to the pavilion above where the players come out. The Gloucestershire colours flying in the wind here, and the daffodil of Glamorgan resplendent in the late July sunshine. That's a nice shot by Bracey. That's going to be 4 runs. That's trademark James Bracey there.
Nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah.
Once again, Swepson's dive was in vain. Gloucestershire's 300 is up. So, second batting point. The overs, though, are ticking away, aren't they? Until they're going to get to 450. 400 is more realistic from this point.
23 to get 150. Nicely driven, no run.
And against a newish ball at the moment as well.
Yeah, well, that will aid and abet them in a way. It goes quicker to the boundary, doesn't it?
But there is, I suppose, just the chance, at least initially, of a bit more movement. But overall, you'd have to say that this is if this is the sort of wicket we're going to see here at Cheltenham this year, we're going to see a lot of runs if we have a full allocation of time in the Worcestershire match. Although again, always chatting to people around the ground here at Cheltenham. I'll come back to what Dennis Dunn said in a moment.
Gorvin in, Bracey defends that one.
So Dennis Dunn used to work on the ground staff here at Cheltenham, now retired, and first thing he said to me when I bumped into him during the lunch interval all the way around, Wednesday doesn't look very good, he said. And you think, we've had enough of days when we feel like I've been obsessed by weather recently. We were so lucky with that long run of dry weather. We weren't concerned about that at all early part of the season, and now you wake up in the morning and over the porridge or the Jack Russell Weetabix or whatever else you might happen to have at breakfast. It's right. What is the weather telling us today? And there's been a bit too much rain around lately.
Bit grim, yeah. Billy Root fielding out in front of us. Sheffield United gone back to the Premier League. He'll be pleased with that. Nodding his head in appreciation.
On the hook.
6 points Bristol City gave us.
He's enjoying the 6 points that Bristol City gave Sheffield United this year.
So 300 up for Gloucestershire there. So notionally the target will be 450, but it might be more realistic to think of 400 within the 110 overs. Von der Hoogten over the wicket. Against pleasantly played up to mid-off by Hammond. No run. Tee is fixed today at
340.
340.
Yep, 340 tee.
And just a reminder, as Prem Sisodi is just trotting round the ground with a drink for somebody, presumably for Gorvin, who's way down at fine leg. Von der Hoogten again into Bracey, but again he can't pierce the field. Zainul Hassan is there. Extra cover, no run. Cam Hasty, the deliverer of not only weak tea but food for James Healy. Operating 4 cameras off a single console is a challenging job without sustenance. 300 to 4 Gloucestershire, and once again in the V, pleasantly played by Hammond. Up to James Harris.
Just struggling to pierce the field, aren't they, here a little bit? Just struggling to sort of get it away.
Well, and that to some degree is because Von der Hoogten is just that little bit quicker. Well, a bit quicker than Gorvin, and he's also pretty accurate as well. Doesn't give you much that's loose. Just tosses the ball from hand to hand at the end of his run. And going round the wicket as a change of angle, and again in the V up to mid-off, straight to Harris.
Bit of cat and mouse going on here.
How patient will Hammond be? He's been happy to attack the other bowlers, but I think he would understand that Von der Hoogten would be, not only in terms of wickets, but experience and all-round quality, the best of the Glamorgan bowlers in this attack. Stands taller this time, Hammond, up to mid-off once again. So Von der Hoogten takes his cap. Wasn't quite a grab of the cap, that was a maiden, but just a bit of frustration that he along with the other bowlers have put a lot of effort in this game, not for a huge amount of reward. So since the half day's play we had, in fact you can look at the whole match if you want, we've only seen 10 wickets in the game. Only 10 wickets have fallen in the whole match. 6 in the Glamorgan first innings and 4 now in the Gloucestershire innings, and we're talking about more than 170 overs for those 10 wickets. So you can see the bowlers have had a hard old time of things. Gorvin to continue, and Bracey plays also up to mid-off. Dan's just checking his fan mail. He's got to do that regularly because he gets so much of it.
Not at all. Not at all. It's drifting, this game, isn't it? Where's it going to go here? Has Gorvin just had a warning, I think? Running down the pitch. Bracy plays him backwards. Good sprawling stop there at point as they come through for one.
2 wickets to fall today. Ollie Price for 84, Chris Dent for 113, as Dan said.
And Joe Phillips.
And Joe Phillips, apologies. Yeah, so 2 before lunch, and Phillips since the resumption. Bowled by Gorvin for 17, but played one or two nice shots. And really, I think if he hadn't really tried to
force the issue,
be aggressive with the run rate, he'd still be there.
Oh, Hammond plays and misses outside off stump now. Gorvin's just one of those niggly wicket to wicket bowlers, isn't he?
And because he is wicket to wicket, I suspect that's part of the issue with his follow through. He gets quite close to the stumps and then doesn't peel away off the cut strip in his follow through.
Yeah.
Zain Hassan just doing some stretches in front of us. I wonder whether he might have a bowl again shortly. Maybe Van der Hoogten might have one more over.
I don't think it's going to make much difference if he runs down the track or not, to be honest with you. That's down the leg side. 2 to go in the over.
So I wonder if Glamorgan's at 226. Are they going to get to the 110 overs by the tea interval? They should do from here. They've got 21 overs to bowl after this. So touch and go.
Cameron Hasty from the office has come and joined us here in the marquee as Gorvin comes in and Hammond defends. There's rumours that Cameron Hasty was the maker of the weak tea the other day, but we all know it was Ian Randall who made that for himself. And should be suitably punished.
If you saw the tea I made at home this morning, you would know that I wouldn't make it that week.
Gorvin to Hammond, who just opens the face and runs that one.
Was it down to the brand? Was it down to the brand of the tea bag?
Can we name brands on stream?
We can name brands on stream. We're not working for the BBC. It's Tetley. Well, if Yorkshire Tea want to send us some of their strong tea, we would love some if you want. There's the tea. Look at it, what a miserable effort.
So usually, if I say Jack Russell tea,
Powdered milk. What's that?
Maybe.
Oh no.
It's anemic.
It's not even that.
it kind of did the job at the time.
Change of bowling from the Chapel End, Mitchell, Swetson.
So Van der Hoogten is going to be replaced.
I was thinking, don't want Ian up all night. Rest.
Shrepson 2 for 95. He's taken from 27 overs.
He did it for you, Ian. He had your interests at heart.
It was. Made with love.
Made with love.
We're very grateful, Cam.
Always, anytime.
So Van der Hoogten 21 overs for 48. 21 wicketless overs for 48. Ul Hassan has 1 for 27 from 11. Srepson 2 for 95 from 27, now returning. Harris 0 for 70 from 12, who's been very expensive. Gorvin 1 for 33 from 14, and Carlson 4 overs for 17. But the leg spinner is back. Wonder what the two left-handers will make of him. Doing the ball into them, of course. And Hammond works that away down to deep square for a single. Gorvin is going to go up into the gully area, I think, here, or maybe backward point for Bracy. This is to the 90th over of this Gloucestershire innings. So 20 overs after this, where bonus points can be scored. 450 looks a distant target at the moment. And again, it's defended by Bracey back up the pitch. Do you think only 400 is realistic now, Dan?
Yes.
450 looks
Looks an ask, doesn't it?
too far
Looks
ahead.
an ask.
Swapson in, and again, Bracey defends. Some time in the middle wouldn't do Bracey any harm either, would it?
No, it wouldn't. It'd get him back into form. He's struggled a little bit with the bat. I think his keeping's been very good this season, James Bracey. It's hard when you're doing a number of roles, isn't it?
Swapson, slower delivery.
He's now being asked to captain as well.
Yeah,
I like his captaincy though. I think he's innovative. I think he, sets some interesting fields.
and I'll come back to the Graham van Buren injury situation, just to remind you of that if you didn't catch what was said in the festival, and he's been playing back to that big appeal. Not out. Well, a second look at that.
He got himself outside the line here. He bats on off stump. He's got himself outside the line.
Tight
Bats
call.
on off stump to the spinners.
Tight call though. Swepson again. Bracey reaches for that. That's the end of the over. So there was a lunchtime chat on the first day of the festival, which included Graham van Buren, and he said 4 to 6 weeks for this recovery from the side strain that he picked up in the T20. We are into week 3, so it's unrealistic that he would play possibly until maybe one of the white ball games in the last week of the festival, possibly even beyond that, and maybe only initially as a batsman. So every expectation that James Bracey would captain the side against Worcestershire, and say with the batting space also vacated by Van Buren, that Joe Phillips would get another chance in the middle order.
Gorvin. Yeah, nicely driven there by Miles Hammond. That's going to be cut off on the fence. Down there, keeps them down to 3. I'm trying to see who that is for Glamorgan down there.
Swepson.
Yeah.
Despite the fact he's bowling at the other end, he's been given quite a bit of work in the field.
Get the most out of your overseas. He's only here for 3 games. Bracey defends Gorvin out to point, no run.
I just, as you spoke about overseas, Dan, again, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but people may not have seen the interview that Dale Bankenstein did before the festival, where he said the club were looking to sign an overseas player, and that the hope was that they would be in for the start of the One Day Cup.
And a bowler, was it? Did he
Well,
say?
he didn't say, but you don't need to be Einstein to work out that that's probably where they're heading,
Gorvin.
with probably five seam bowlers unavailable at the moment.
Enric Nortje would be nice, wouldn't he? Nortje would be lovely. Apparently he's injured. He's in Major League Cricket out in the States.
So, and you'd think also that
He doesn't want to play that hit and giggle stuff, does he, Ian? Wants to come down to the seat unique. Lovely shot there from James Bracey. That's going to go all the way for 4. That's great work from Van der Hoogten. Actually, he's given up the ghost. It's gone for 4.
it didn't go. It didn't go. He stopped it.
I don't think that went. Whether Van der Hoogten was over the boundary there,
I would say that he stopped.
I think
that.
he stopped it, but whether he was over the boundary when his hand was in contact or not, I don't know.
I would say that didn't go. To me, he was running towards the ball. He checked the ball, went over the rope himself, and the ball then rolled on, but stopped probably 4 inches short of the rope.
Yeah, they've taken the fielder's word and they've given him 2 runs. Have they given 2? Or have they given 4? They've given 2 runs there. They've given 4.
Interesting.
That's a nice shot, and more or less in the same place, but this time Billy Root
Maybe Von der
cuts
Hoogten
that off.
didn't know.
No, he didn't. He was, tumbling away. I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to change the sort of
History of the world.
course of the season, Ian. But no, it's nice and honest from Van der Hoogten to give a 4 when it was probably a 2. Oh, that's a full shot there from Bracey.
Hammond wants a drink.
So do I.
Now the scoreboard hasn't quite caught up there because it says Gorvin 14.4. So
I hope we're not having Wi-Fi problems again.
310 for 4. But the umpires get either they rather badly miscounted or. Certainly most of the Wi-Fi looks to have frozen, so apologies. That score on your screen is close to being right. I'm not sure it's actually 100% right. It is now.
Sophia So Good on Twitter. Paul Mockler, Mockers. Glamorgan fan from Hereford up the road. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Swepson from the Chapel end. They'll pick up 2 here. Hammond taking himself to 49 and 1 more run.
Tells me it's Graham Gooch's 70th birthday today.
Oh,
Yeah.
made 100 here once in a NatWest Trophy quarter-final, Graham Gooch. Hammond uses his feet again to Swepson, and just I'll just repeat that announcement that we made early this morning. Once it's clear what's happening with Hammond's 50, he needs 1. Swepson around the wicket to him, tossed right up, and Hammond's worked that. Not the greatest shot, truthfully,
horrible.
but he's got 1 for it, and it will take him to his 7th half century of the season. 78 balls, 8 fours, and it continues a good recent run of form for Miles Hammond with the bat.
Yeah.
Now he might try and press the accelerator a bit. Swepson to Bracey, who's not really got in and misjudged the length of that. Slower ball from Swepson. He has squeezed it away on the leg side for a single, but he not entirely sure he was in control of that. The announcement we made this morning, sadly, was to do with the 1973 Gillette Cup winning team, and that squad. Swepson to bowl again to Hammond. Flatter, and Hammond defends. Included Roy Swetman. He played in the first 3 rounds before losing his place as wicketkeeper to Andy Stovall, and sadly Roy has passed away at the age of 89. He played 11 tests for England and played for Gloucestershire for 3 seasons, 72, 73 and 74. Swepson in again and again. Hammond defence. He was in fact the oldest survivor of that winning team, sadly until late yesterday. So our thoughts with his family and all his friends, and as Dan and I know, Roy was at the former Players' Day at Bristol only a month ago, so so pleasing to see him at the ground again so recently. so recently before his passing.
Yeah, very sad news. Very sad news. James Harris is going to come into the attack by the look of it.
Bowling
From the college lawn in.
James Harris.
So we're going to roll 18 overs in an hour here, Glamorgan, to get to the 110 by tee. We'll just about do that, I would think. Now there is an over rate in very small print at the bottom of that screen under the clock. It says +2. So
Yeah.
they're okay because of Swepson's significant involvement.
Yeah. Here's Harris. Bracey punches him out into the covers for 1 run. Then Graham Gooch on his birthday celebrated by going for a 5-mile run and is looking to turn that 70 into a daddy 100. He's targeting like a 135, 140 odd, do you reckon?
Well, he's still involved quite heavily at Essex, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I think he's sort of... I mean, he's there at most home games, I believe. Big mates with David Graveney down here, isn't he?
Yes, in fact, he came and did a Walkers and Talkers, I think.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Back in the winter.
Yeah, certainly did.
Possibly at Grav's suggestion.
Yeah. He actually came to the one that I was at, Graham Gooch. Just turned around the corner there by Hammond.
So the one you did?
The one I did, yeah. So
Have Gooch in the audience.
Had Gooch in the audience. So it's sort of, it's funny how cricket goes full circle, isn't it? It's like, I spent all that time in the audience watching Gooch bat, and now he's in the audience watching me talk rubbish. So it's called the circle of life, Ian. The food chain of cricket is Harris. To Hammond. These two are probably the most similar looking with a helmet on, aren't they, out of anyone in the side?
Yes, I mean, both batting in a short sleeve shirt.
Yeah. That's a very pleasant shot. Can't be mid-off though. Glamorgan still throwing themselves around in the field here. Top commitment.
Yeah, they know. I'm not going to get anything more than a draw out of this, but they're not. Again, we said about attitude earlier on, and they are professional players. They're naturally competitive.
Hammond defends, no run.
But this round later this week will be the start of the point where you think sides have got to look at the number of games they've got left and think, well, if we don't make a move soon, it might be a blanket finish in the second division for that second promotion place.
Interesting piece by George DeBell in the Cricketer. Harris there saying about...
There often is an interesting piece by George DeBell.
Yeah, it's saying about are England to blame for their slow over rates here. Many things that they do very well, says George, but over rates aren't one of them.
Drinks again for the players.
And I think that is one of my biggest gripes now in Test cricket, because you're supposed to get 90 overs in a day, aren't you, in Test cricket? And regularly it's 80, 81, 82, and the public are being shortchanged. And there's constantly drinks coming on for the players, there's towels coming on for the players, and yeah, lots of chats between. It's not just at the end of the over now, it's often between balls. And it's slowing it down, and the public are being cheated. And I'm going to be on my soapbox about that, Ian.
So are you somebody who says, right, if the conditions allow, you should keep playing until the overs are bowled.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
Because that would soon quicken them up, wouldn't it?
or you fine them 25 runs per over. That would quicken it up as well. Because their match fees, they're getting docked their match fees. They don't seem to care. I'm not sure if they don't pay them. They probably don't pay it themselves, do they?
That I wouldn't know. But there is, the argument on the final day of Test matches is that the overs have to be bowled. Is that not correct?
No, there's a last hour, isn't there? Isn't there a last hour of 20 in the last hour in a Test match?
I am sure that they've said the overs will be bowled on the final day.
Oh, you may be right. You may be right.
And if that rule applied for every day, the players would not want to be out there at 7:45.
No, they wouldn't.
So,
Well, like we're going to be here tonight.
so surely the best way to do that is to say, right, okay, you'll stay out here until the overs are bowled, and then the public will not be shortchanged.
No,
Dan Whiting will not be on his soapbox.
I won't be on my
Not about
soapbox.
that, anyway.
I won't be on that. But at the moment, I am on my soapbox, Ian. I don't like it, and I am a man of the people, and I will be principled in this matter.
Well, the drinks have been taken, and there are 17 overs to go for Gloucestershire to get, well, realistically 85 to get to 400. 450, I think we can say, is over the hill and far away. Swepson in, and once again, Bracey defends. Going to their shell a little bit, these two. I'll say that, Neil. Go 4-4-4 probably, but feels as if there's a sweep from Bracey. Nice, safely played paddle right round to the deep square. I think is Root down there. That's Carlson, in fact. Van der Hoogten has moved out to backward point, saving the boundary really. He's not on the one. Hammond goes to use his feet to Swepson, but Swepson on occasion has just bowled the slower ball quite effectively, and you wonder whether he might have been a bit better bowling at that tempo all the time, more effective perhaps. That's a bit quicker again. Pleasant shot up to wide mid off. That's Harris under the hat. And fair play to Christian Brain and his ground staff today for getting us underway at 11 o'clock, and you know, a breezy and fairly bright day overall is going to help dry that College Square for later in the week. It'll quicken up the outfield. Swepson in, that's a bit of a drag down, but just played from the safety of the crease by Bracey out to mid-wicket.
Good to see Van der Hoogten being so honest there with that fielding as well. It's not often that you get people from Sydney playing within the spirit of cricket.
Swept by Bracey and off a top edge. He's not been given out. He's not been given out. The cry was catch it. David Lloyd caught it on the retreat, but Bracey stays, and the umpire says it came off his arm guard.
Let's have a look.
Not off the glove. So you might better have a second look at that at the end of the over. But umpire Watts convinced that it did not come off the glove. So Bracey remains on 12, and it's 317 for 4.
Oh, I think it's very hard to tell, especially when you know, the difference between 3 or 4 inches on the arm is almost impossible to tell, isn't it? Again, I don't think it's going to be season defining.
Glamorgan might like another 2 wickets to get one more point, though.
Yeah.
Hammond cracks that off the back foot.
Yeah.
His bat's making quite a nice sound at the moment, most of the time.
Certainly is. Played that one pleasantly. Harris none for 72 off 13.1. Been a tad expensive. Here he comes. Top of his mark. Nice shot there from Bracey. Can't get it past Van der Hoogten. Mid-on.
Yeah, I think that chase that he genuinely, I mean, if the ball had rolled into the rope, wouldn't have been an issue, but because it stopped short, he didn't know whether he was over the rope when he was in contact with the ball or not. I would have said he wasn't, but he said he was prepared to.
Thick outside
consider that
edge.
as a 4.
That's going to go away for 4 runs to Bracey. Moves him on to 16.
Glamorgan's minds are probably already thinking about the journey to Leicester later on, and the game there that starts on Tuesday. Only 1 day off for them in between 2 away games. Gloucestershire, of course, it's 2 days, and then the Worcestershire match here starts on Wednesday. And we'll be with you on the stream for that. And if you want cricket tomorrow, then the Western Storm game here will be covered from 10:30.
Punched pleasantly by Bracey out into the offside. Yep, we'll be here.
Ed Seaborn will lead the commentary tomorrow.
Yep, for the Western Storm, but we'll be here for Worcestershire on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll be here for the Wiltshire on next Sunday. We'll be here for Derbyshire on the Tuesday following that in the 50 over competition.
And Northants on
And then Northamptonshire
Friday.
on the Friday. Harris. Oh, that is divine, Miles Hammond. 4 runs.
Placed that shot nicely, Hammond.
He's elegant, isn't he? He's easy on the eye, Miles Hammond.
Stick around for these remaining overs out of the allocation. Might be. Well, he's going to be close to another 100. I note that we're close to 100 here. He's got close several times this season. Hasn't converted one.
Punched off the front foot this time. That completes Harris's over. 327 for 4. Ian, I've got something to ask you.
Go ahead, Dan.
Being an aficionado of the North Gloucestershire region.
How many? We're going down the churches route again. No.
No, I'm going to go down the mobile phone mast route because you've got. I can probably count about 10 of them on the Eagle Star building there in the future, in the sort of behind the chapel. You've got 3 up there on that hill, up on Cleeve Hill. Do you get good reception here in sort of the Gloucestershire, Cheltenham area?
It's strange you should say that.
No.
Swepson is going to continue. I had a conversation with the company that provide my mobile phone reception the other day.
Did you?
Nice shot. Cut away by Bracey for 4. Swepson dropped that too short. And short square boundaries here at Cheltenham as Van der Hoogten was behind square and it was too well timed for him to cut it off. So yes, so my mobile phone provider said that they were pulling out of the mobile phone market.
Oh, really?
And
I presume you don't use one of the big providers then.
so, no, it was quite a big provider. Actually, they said that the company that the umbrella company that own us will give you a good deal. They said on a new package. Racing on for a single, and he gets it. 332 for 4. But what I had noticed recently was that the signal, particularly at home, which is in an urban area,
Yeah.
was quite poor.
Right.
So I rang them and said, I just noticed that the signal's been very poor recently, and it's amazing what you learn. Here's a good ball from Sweps, and you can't believe that's going to be 4 buys. I think nothing. Oh, off the pad. Couldn't believe the trajectory of that.
Oh, that's cut him in half.
Sideways.
Swepson on this last day, perhaps a bit too late, but getting a bit of response from this pitch. There's the grunt. Yeah, touch of the yes/no's there. Not on the throw. And then decided not to take the single.
So it was.
So
yeah.
the conversation was kind of what can be done, and the reply that came back. Hammond he's pulled that away past Carlson, away out to deep mid wicket for a single. He'll keep the strike. 337 for 4. The reply that came back was, well, we don't guarantee our signal inside any property, and that if you have a problem, you should use WhatsApp to make the call off your use your internet provider effectively. And I thought,
Well, I wouldn't have that, Ian. I wouldn't have it.
I was surprised.
I would say that the telephone call has gone somewhat awry in the favour of the telephone company, despite you making the call. And I wouldn't have it. I'll put my foot down. I'll get on your soapbox, Ian.
So they were basically saying, if you're at home, if you're out and about, we will kind of say we are one of the best companies for our signal. If you're at home, don't use the phone, use an internet app. That's what they basically were saying.
Here's James Harris. That's gone straight up in the air, and Hammond has thrown it away, really. He's been caught out mid-off, and James Harris picks up his first wicket. Hammond departs for 57.
Caught by Ingram.
Caught Colin Ingram, and a rather limp way to get out, really.
Yeah,
I'll be disappointed with that. 94 balls.
Casual, a touch casual perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know if...
Perhaps he thought, I mean, he didn't time it obviously, but perhaps he thought he could force that over the top of Ingram off the back foot.
Yeah, it was a strange shot. Anyway, this might get the scoreboard moving a little bit, because I reckon Tom Price might give this some Humpty, as it's known in the trade.
Well, the target now
Got
is
13.5 overs
yeah,
to get 63
yeah,
or
all to be bowled out.
113.
Well, all 113. I mean, Glamorgan now will probably think they ought to get the one more wicket from here.
Yeah.
They probably won't get the all of the others. They don't have enough overs. But still 47 overs and 5 balls left in the day, in theory. I don't think we'll be having all of those. I'd be very surprised if we did. But Tom Price in at number 7. But it's been a steady contribution from the Gloucestershire order today. All of those batsmen out, with the possible exception of Phillips, who got started but didn't go on after a aggressive choice of shot.
Harris to Price, who plays a
Everybody else has got in.
no ball again.
Neil Pratt's been very hot on no balls, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Harris to Price, who plays that to mid-on.
So in theory, Zafar Gahar at 8. Josh Shaw. And then Dom Goodman and Paul van Meekeren if needed. Still a rain delay at Old Trafford. In some ways we've been very lucky to get a full day here again today.
Oh, that's well bowled. Price plays and misses there. It's a shame because things are starting to happen on this wicket a little bit now, and you do wonder sort of whether we were if we were 2.5, just a little bit of seam movement, isn't there, with a new ball or sharper spin, and you have to wonder if this was 2.5 days old, this game, which it is in effect, but obviously we're on the coming towards the end of the 4th day, whether there'd have been some sort of positive result. Bouncer from Harris, Price ducks it, Cook goes sprawling across.
Yes, I mean, if you could organise this type of weather for the 2 one-day matches, Dan, that would be much appreciated by those who've booked their holiday and bought the tickets.
Price defends.
Give you a reminder of the full card at the end of this over.
Harris ambling in. Another bouncer. Price weaves it this time. That completes the over. 339 for 5. Price yet to get off the mark. Bracey's on 22. An over that saw the end of Miles Hammond for 57.
Yeah, caught by Ingram off Harris. The other wickets to fall today. Since lunch, Joe Phillips bowled by Gorvin for 17, trying to pull a ball into the leg side to up the run rate. And prior to lunch, Ollie Price caught by Cook off a bottom edge from the bowling of Swepson for 84, and Chris Dent, having completed his 100, caught by James Harris off Ul Hassan for 113. It'll clip into the leg side, which drifted sweetly to mid-wicket, actually, straight to the fielder. Here is Swepson, 2 for 108. Around the wicket and pushed out by Brace into the offside. He also has got that habit of marking his guard with his foot between deliveries. Swepson again round the wicket. Bracey goes back. Just turns it to northeast at mid-wicket. Can't be any more than habit, that routine, can it? He and Dent both do it.
Yeah, I think they...
Swepson, that was tossed up, but Bracey doesn't really go for it. Just, again, plays it pleasantly, but straight to Ul Hassan at a short extra.
I think they like to see where they're batting from, and
Slipping a short leg for Swepson. Reverse sweep by Bracey. He'll get 4.
Bracey likes to bow an off stump against the spinners.
Chase round from McElroy from deep point, where he was fielding. So Bracey not given out in the last Swepson over. Umpire Watts said the ball came off his arm, not his glove. Swepson again. Into Bracey again. Can't get that away. So 7 more runs for Gloucestershire to get a 3rd batting point. And then the chase, in inverted commas, is on to try and make it 4 by the 110 overs. They should do that from where they are, even though they're 5 wickets down. And appeal for an LBW against ball hitting the back leg of Bracey, but he was outside the line. So 343 for 5 it remains. There are 12 overs to go for Gloucestershire to get the remaining 57 that they want, if they want that 4th batting point.
Yeah, 82 runs since lunch in about an hour and 25 minutes.
And that's really been playing with very little risk, you would suggest.
Yeah. It's Harris to Tom Price. I like watching Tom Price bat. He's entertaining.
Well, this was a question at the Cricket Society in Cheltenham during the winter. There was a question to Graham van Buren: which would have the greater impact, Ollie Price's bowling or Tom Price's batting in their respective careers? And
another bouncer from Harris.
And the answer Graham gave was Tom Price's batting. So he thought there was more margin for improvement in Tom Price's batting out of the 2. So in terms of their, what you might call their second string.
Well, he's got 100. Will he get a second 100 against Worcestershire here later this week?
One thing I would say, just looking at the way the pitch has played here, the spinner hasn't really had much of a say in the game. I mean, Worcestershire have got young Josh Baker, but basically their attack is heavily seam based. So they might play Baker just as a bit of variety, but they will look to their seam quartet to try and get them their wickets. People like Leach, Pennington if he plays. They got a left armer
Gibbon
called Ben Gibbon, yeah.
Yeah.
And Matthew Waite, who
he's had a good start.
Josh Shaw would know from his time at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Came down to Worcester during last winter.
He's had a good start to his career. On the banks of the Severn.
Sometimes in the Severn at Worcester. Price can't pierce the field. Billy Root's been fielding for most of the afternoon with those lightweight pads on underneath his trousers, so it's not that easy to run. I know they're not heavy, but they're not easy to run with those.
Another bouncer from Harris. Price weaves it End of the over, 343 for 5.
Maiden from James Harris, 1 for 83 from his 16 overs. It was quite expensive before this last spell, but in it he has taken a wicket. And David Lloyd just having a chat with, that might be Carlson down that far end of the ground. They've got 11 overs to go until the end of the overs for which bonus points are allowed, and they've got half an hour until tea with a spinner bowling at one end. They might not bowl those 11, you know, in half an hour. Yeah, it was the cap was between Lloyd and Carlson. Carlson's going out to deep mid wicket now for Bracey. They might end up being maybe 2 or 3 short. There it is, Swepson to continue. Almost tossed right up, and goodness me, Bracey's completely missed out on that. He's tried to play the reverse sweep and he's got the timing all wrong.
More chalk, James.
That really was off the toe. He played that as an orthodox fashion, it might have gone. 343 for 5. Swepson in his 33rd over. That has gone. That was a proper drag down, and Bracey's put that away over the fielder at mid-wicket and down towards the scoreboard for 4. Bracey to 30. It wouldn't be the most fluent 30 he's ever made. Not yet, anyway.
No, but he's, you know, still there, and it's good to see him getting some time at the crease as well.
Swepson in, and again Bracey defends, and that perhaps is indicative of where his batting is at the moment. It's not quite where it was maybe start of last season.
No.
When he was scoring heavily. Short again, that's Cutter, that's a bit better, more orthodox. Jason van der Hoogten, he will haul it in, and they'll get 2.
And Hookton nearly ending up in our commentary marquee here.
Yeah, Bracey last season, 702 runs at 27. At the moment, he's shy of 350, even with this innings added in. So it's not been as fruitful a season for James Bracey with the bat. Waits for Swepson around the wicket, gets a slower delivery. And Bracey stretches forward and defends. And sometimes it's not always about, you know, we see the players as you do at home. You know, they are professional players, you see them on the field, and you might get an occasional chat with them off the field, but mostly it's about cricket. And what you don't know is what's going on away from the cricket that might be influencing their form in a good or a bad way. How many times, Dan, have you heard the professional sportsmen say, if you're happy off the field, you're happy on the field and your performances improve? You know, and Bracey has no doubt been negotiating over his contract at some point during the season, and yes, it's been announced now, and yes, he's staying, but maybe he was unsettled by the fact that that was taking time to play itself through.
Yeah, no doubt. Harris to Price. Punches it to mid-wicket, no run.
One more run needed for the third batting point. But 100 overs now gone.
Price about to face his 14th ball. Not yet off the mark, which is...
I think it's 14th ball from Harris too. I don't think he's actually...
No, he hasn't faced anyone else.
Down the other end yet.
No. It's quite unusual for him. Defends that one. Not as big a crowd in today, but I
think some people would have been influenced by the state of the game and maybe would have waited to have seen whether Gloucestershire or Glamorgan were batting this morning before making a decision, when if they thought it might drift to a draw, decided against.
About on the ground there. Big puff of dust goes up. There's half an appeal there from Chris Cook behind the stumps.
Glamorgan, as we know, are not out of the picture at all in terms of promotion, and they've been in the second division since 2006, so it's a long old time out of the top flight for them.
That's Price off the mark, one off the inside edge. All bowled by Harris.
350 up.
There's the 350. 3 batting points.
Will there be a bit of a dip here to try and get the fourth one?
It's got to be. It's got to be. We haven't. I don't think Gloucestershire have, you know, not gone for a positive result this morning for the sake of 3 batting points. Nice shot there from Bracey. Can't get it past Van der Hoogten.
But all about the elephant in the room over the over rate points that they could get back, but both those of course would be dwarfed by a win.
Harris to Bracey, pulled venomously into leg side for 4 runs.
As Bracey is going to unfurl a few shots to try and get Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they've got to.
Up to 400.
They've got to. They've got 5 wickets in hand. They've got 9 overs left to get 46 runs. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you at all?
Yeah, obviously these two sides were relegated in 2005 out of the first division, and with the exception of Gloucestershire's one season last year, they've been in Division 2 ever since. Glamorgan haven't beaten Gloucestershire for a while. The first match this season was a draw. Obviously Graham Van Buren and Marcus Harris got hundreds in the second innings to set up what looked to be a chase, but Glamorgan weren't interested. It was a big target, 331 in 46 overs. Didn't play each other last year, of course, because Gloucestershire in the first division. In 2021, in the Bob Willis in the Championship as it was that year, Gloucestershire played Glamorgan in the second phase. Clipped away by Price straight to Zainul Hassan, and they won by 10 wickets at Cardiff, and Zafar took 6 wickets in the second innings, and the game in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 was drawn. That was also at Cardiff, so they've not played each other at Bristol for quite a while, and that's been clipped straight into the pads of Billy Root, and he hasn't clung on to it. Very difficult. There he's at short leg, clipped by Price. I think it's gone to the right of Root. It might be one of those ones that you fling a hand at it and it sticks, but
It would be a catch and a half.
it would. Subson over the wicket, and Price just tickled that round. Has he got any bat on that? It's a chase for Van der Hoogten. They'll take 2, and they won't take a further one than that. Was there a bat on there? Yes, there was. Just the faintest little feather on it. Glamorgan, as we have mentioned, have done well here at Cheltenham. Wins in 3 of the last 4 visits, but not this one. 356 4-5. Swepson to complete his 34th over. All but, I think, one from the same end.
Yeah, it has been.
I think he might have bowled one from the college line, might be two from memory, but basically all from the chapel end. And Gloucestershire potentially with
Kieran Carlson.
yet another batsman eyeing a 50. We're going to see Carlson, I think. So
Yeah, Carlson from the college lawn in.
try and get through these
Kieran Carlson.
overs up till tea within the 110 allocation. So Carlson's only bowled 4 overs, I think, for 17. So a chance perhaps here if Bracey keeps his head to see if he can steer his team to a 4th batting point. 8 overs to go, 8 overs to get 44.
I think we've only had 1 6 in the game, haven't we? And that was Cook's, the one that went up onto the chapel roof. Short, Bracey crashes it through the offside, but there's a man out there. He's only going to get 1.
Harry is nodding at your suggestion there's only been 1 6 in the match.
Yeah, Cook's one that went onto the chapel roof. I think he's the only 6. Which is unusual because it's not that big a boundary.
It is,
Yeah.
but Glamorgan played, a lot of their boundaries were straight, weren't they?
2 6s. Price just turns that one into the onside. No run.
Billy Root hit one.
Oh, Billy Root, so
Harry
2
Harry
6s.
Clements confirms. So it was 1 to Cook and 1 to Root.
Shot by Tom Price. Crunched. Gorvin has to collect. Out in front of us.
There's nothing Zainul Hassan could do about that. It was probably, what, 2 yards to his left? Went far too fast past him to be hauled in.
361 now. Price defends. Straight back to Carlson.
Almost the best conditions of the week, Dan, I would suggest now, in terms of the overheads.
Yeah, certainly. Price just turns that one round the corner, square, and will retain the strike. 363 for 5. Tom Price is on 9. James Bracey. I know, there's still one more baldy over. Good to see that my ECB ACO level 2 taught me to count to 6. Carlson to Bracey, and he'll retain the strike.
Sure, says James Healy.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I can't count, but I can actually read a scoreboard. 363 for 5. Bracey, 38 off 54 balls. Tom Price is on 8 off 26 balls. Kieran Carlson none for 24 off 5. Mitchell Swepson 2 for 120 off 34 have been the bowlers.
And the bowlers in possession at the moment. And Swepson's going to continue. 17 minutes to go until tea. In theory, 7 overs to be completed by them, but I suspect we might not get all 7. Swept by Bracey out to deep backward square. And fielder out there, who I think is Carlson, does well to stop that. He'll come back for a second, and Bracey goes to 40. In terms of Bracey's runs this season,
Dan Porter's joining us in the marquee here. The guru of all things marketing at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
He got 51 in the draw at Worcester in the second innings, James
Who?
Bracey, and that might
I
be
thought you were saying Dan
another
Porter.
4 to him here. You go to 44.
He was saying Dan Porter got a 51,
No,
50 in
and
the
then
second.
he got a half century in the second innings against Durham at Bristol, but nothing really much to write home about since then. And his highest score was in the Worcestershire match, so could be on for a season's best here. That Worcester innings was a 51. Durham he made exactly 50 here. He has 45. They've come to take Dan away.
Your taxis arrived again, Ian.
Tom Price to face Swepson, always tried to hammer that down the ground. He's beaten the man at mid-on. Harris can't dive to reach it. He's almost dived over it, in fact, and it's gone all the way up to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think that just came off the ends of that square, the college square down there.
That's where the players were netting this morning when Dan and I arrived about 9:15. And that's dried out quite a lot during the day. 374 for 5, 26 more. Oh, it's tossed right up, and Price will put that away as well. Swepson tried to go for the slower delivery, really gave it a lot of air, and Price has capitalised on that and punched it out through the gap at cover for 4. .400 certainly looks attainable now, but Price goes back and he's out LBW. Glamorgan have a second bowling point, and Price playing back to the fuller ball. He's adjudged LBW by Chris Watts.
Oh, it's pitched outside leg stump, isn't it?
Well, the umpires.
I think Tom Price might have judged himself a little bit unlucky there.
Umpire Watts hasn't given a lot in this game, to be fair, but he did adjudge Price to be LBW there for 16. So 378 for 6. So that was the last ball, I think, of Swepson's over. And Zafagahar coming out to bat now at number 8. Ideal situation for him. Short chase to get to 400. 6 overs to get 22.
Yeah, Tom Price can consider himself slightly unlucky. I thought that pitched outside leg stump there from the leg spinner.
Zafagahar is sponsored by Digby Associates.
So we had to wonder whether Josh Shaw might join us on the stream this afternoon, but he's probably got his pads on now, so that may have to wait for another day. So it looks like Glamorgan are going to come out of this game, unless there is an absolute clatter of wickets here, 1 point shy of their maximum for a draw. 5 plus 2 plus 5.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that.
In a sense, they did all they could around the weather in the early part of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Carlson coming around the wicket to Bracey. Think about one there. These two are quick, but not that quick.
Not only did they score the 450, but they scored them well within the 110 overs. So they were aggressive with their approach.
One to Bracey, big hoik. Inside edge just dribbles out on the onside. for a single. Carlson exclaims, "Oh wow!"
Well, he hasn't got an awful lot of first-class wickets, Kieran Carlson.
Got 5 on debut, I think.
Yeah, only 19 in his career, which is not that many.
I think I've got a feeling he might have been bowling medium pace back then. 1 to Zafar.
In terms of the relative run rates of the two sides, Glamorgan scoring their runs much more quickly than Gloucestershire.
1 there to Bracey.
But when you've got 450 against you, you can't go really hard at the total. And credit to Chris Denton, Ollie Price for building the platform for what has been a very solid reply.
Yeah, Miles Hammond as well. And James Bracey also need a little bit of credit there. Peel there from Carlson, who's probably the only person in the ground who doesn't think that hit the middle of Zafar Gahar's bat, possibly. Zafar sweeps, gets that one round the corner. That might run away down off those ends down there. And it does, it trickles away over the boundary.
Long and fruitless chase for David Lloyd.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look at this LBW here from Tom Price. I want to see where this ball pitches. I think, even though it might be, you can't see because the umpire blocks it off. Can we see that again? Let's have a look again, James. We can see that. The umpire blocks it off, but I think this is pitched outside leg stump here. Which, since the days of bodyline, you cannot be out if the ball pitches outside leg stump, if playing a shot or not. Something to do with your mate Bradman not being able to play the short ball, Ian, wasn't it?
I think what you going to phrase familiar, Dan. I don't think it will be season defining.
No, I don't.
Swepson continuing to wheel away with his leg spin. And he's been steered down to deep square, and they'll pick up 2. Bracey to 49.
Yeah, we talk about weight of shot, and that's a classic example there, wasn't it?
I mean, you could probably go there.
David Lloyd and Tim von der Hoogsten just trying to organise the field behind the square on the offside for Bracey. Swaps it in. Bracey chops away, and he will get his 3rd 50 of the season, and a very welcome one. 62 balls and 8 fours. And actually, it hasn't felt. Those numbers suggest he's been batting quite briskly, and it hasn't felt like that.
No,
actually.
it hasn't.
But a welcome score for him, and welcome time in the middle as well. Zafar Gahar waits for Swepson. This is the 106th of the 110 overs. So they get 2 more, and they might just be short of 110. But if Gloucestershire can get to 400 by tea, then they won't come out again afterwards, I wouldn't think. They would declare at that stage. Swepson to Zafar. Oh, cry of catch it, but it was well short of mid-wicket. Still Lloyd and Root in slip and short leg respectively. Swepson in. Oh, Zaffa somehow squeezed that past.
He's played that late.
The body of David Lloyd. He's got 2 for it, but it was not intentional, and it was not where he meant to put it in any way, shape or form. 390 for 6 from 106 overs. Cook, I think, feels it should have been his ball, actually, if anything. So Bracey and Hammond and Price with half centuries for Gloucestershire in this innings, and Chris Dent with the 100 as well. So contributions pretty much right down the order.
Carlson. Bracey, who's just going to get 1. Seems like a number of my Australian friends are awake in the night.
They are.
Seems like it, the amount of messages I'm getting.
Will that be indicative of monsoons at Old Trafford, do you think?
As you can imagine, that they're... That's gone down the leg side. Commiserating with me on the Ashes being retained. Just sending me a gentle reminder. Zafar drives, no run.
So it looks like 139 is where Gloucestershire want to end up by tea for this session.
Oh, that's nearly a stumping. Oh, and his slip has gone behind. Di Lloyd at slip has gone behind and nearly run Zaffa out. Let's see what's happened here. Zaffa gets himself into some right situations, doesn't he? He really does. Where's that one gone? That's gone down the ground to Van der Hoogten. And they get through for 1. Anything can happen with Zaffa. Expect the unexpected.
May only be 1 more over after this until the tea interval. So Gloucestershire want to get to 400. They've got to do it in the next 7 deliveries.
Oh, intelligent cricket, James Bracey. That's going to run away down there for 4 runs. Bracey scores in a 360-degree arc, and that is a really intelligent shot.
Clever shot to bring up the 396 for 6. The clock says 2 minutes until the scheduled tea, which is always at 3:40 on the final day. There's the overall run rate, 3.7 for Gloucestershire. 37 overs in theory remaining in the day, but it would be a surprise if we had all of those. So can Zaffa get the boundary to get the 4th batting point? Swepson into the chops. Where's that gone? Has Cook taken that? Yes, he has. He has also taken,
There.
he's taken the bails off as well, but no stumping, says umpire Neil Pratt.
Quite sharp, Cook, isn't he?
Swepson in. Zaffa goes down the ground. That's the blow. That's the one that'll do it. Ingram's on the chase, but it will go all the way, and it will be. Will it be stopped?
No,
it will.
it's not.
It will be stopped, and they're going to run 3. So 399.
They were about to walk off there.
They were about to walk off, but Gloucestershire still need one. They've only taken one run. They've only taken one run. I thought they ran three. My eye was following the ball. Perhaps Zaffa thought it was going to go, and in the end they couldn't run three. So only one run. And now Bracey's got to try and improvise. And he doesn't get a run there. .397 for 6. This is the 108th over. Bracey goes back. He'll get one run here out to Van der Hoogten. So 2 balls to go. And Gloucestershire won't want to have to come out after tea to get 2 runs for another batting point.
No.
Swepson, very short. Zaffa wants one, he won't get it. So now, with the clock at 3:41, there is 1 ball left. So Zaffa will do it in the grand manner now, won't he? That's what the script says. 398 for 6. Swepson in, and Zaffa lets it go. So that is tea. It's 398 for 6. Gloucestershire need 2 runs for another batting point. In theory, they have 2 overs available. But we won't know at this stage whether that is an important factor or not until play resumes at 4 o'clock. And James Bracey just explaining to Zaffa, in a sense, why he might have wanted to have actually got the extra 2 runs off that over, but 398 for 6 is the score at tea. James Bracey with an unbeaten half century, 56, and Zaffa on 9. 3 of those wickets to Mitchell Swepson. 3 for 142 in 37 overs. The other wicket takers, Zainul Hassan has got 1 for 27, James Harris 1 for 88, and Andy Gorvin 1 for 40. I think we can safely say the game is heading towards a draw. Quite who will be batting after tea? Join us at 4 o'clock and find out for the final phase of this championship fixture here at Cheltenham.
Welcome back to the final session with Gloucestershire needing 2 runs for a 4th batting point. We had a calamity cops moment before tea where Zafar Gahar thought he'd got the bonus point runs. The ball plugged and stopped just before the boundary. The players were walking off. Luckily James Bracey had his eye on the ball. And Chris Cook had to put his gloves on in a hurry. We're being attacked by wasps here.
No, Chris Cook's going to bowl. Chris Cook is bowling.
Here we go. So who's keeping wicket? Carlson? No, it's not
It's
Carlson.
Lloyd, I think.
Lloyd's keeping wicket. Cook's bowling. Here we go, Cook. Bracey doesn't want to get out to this. He definitely doesn't want to get out to this. He's patted that one back. Bracey digs one out. Cook, the headband warrior. Bracey chops him back with a square. That's going to be the bonus point that Gloucestershire were after. And after 3 balls, we are going to have another break because that completes the Gloucestershire innings after 108.3 overs as Gloucestershire end up 402 for 6. James Bracey ends up 60 not out. Zafar Gahar 9 not out. Ian, do you want to take us through the bowling figures?
Yes, I'll just
Here we go, there they are.
complete those. They are in fact on the screen.
21 overs, 6 maidens, none for 48 for Van der Hoogten. 1 for 27 with 1 maiden off 11 for Zain Ul Hassan.
Swepson bowled a long spell both yesterday and today from the college chapel end. 3 for 142 in 37 overs. Harris, quite expensive overall, 1 for 88. Gorvin, 1 for 40. Carlson, 7 overs of gentle off spin, none for 37. And Cook, rather farcically, that part of an over to get Gloucestershire to a position where they were declaring at 402 for 6. So it takes 2 overs out of the game, but Gloucestershire, remember, have to, if they want to get the 4 points back, they lost on net over rate on the first innings. They effectively have got to bowl 20 overs in an hour. And that's what we think they'll try and do when we resume in a little over 7 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Glamorgan innings. 32 overs minimum remaining in the day. Gloucestershire 48 runs behind, declared behind their innings here.
Your scorers Andrew Hicknall and Adrian Gould.
So Zafar to open.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire need to bowl 20 overs in an hour here to not lose
Gloucestershire in the field.
any points here.
James Bracey, who also keeps wicket.
It is Zain Ul Hassan and David Lloyd to open for Glamorgan. So their usual pair to open.
And opening the innings for Glamorgan captain David Lloyd.
So
and Zain
I would suspect
Ul
we're going to
Hassan.
see a lot of spin down in this hour.
Yeah. I think Don Goodman can bowl leg breaks.
Bowling from the chapel end, Zafar Kahar. Zafar Kahar is sponsored by Digby Associates.
Right, how are Glamorgan going to play this? Are they just going to...
David Lloyd on strike.
I think they're going to try and get on the road as soon as they can. And the only way to do that is effectively to
Snapper push that one through quite sharp.
play it defensively. So Gloucestershire starting at 4:11, and they've got to effectively bowl 20 overs by 5:11 in order to recoup the 4-over deficit they start with. So Zafar from the chapel end to Lloyd, who forces that out through the offside. He'll pick up one. So the lead for Glamorgan starts at 48. The lead is kind of irrelevant, really. It's all about how fast can Gloucestershire bowl these overs. I don't see another scenario. I mean, clearly Glamorgan could bat and try and set Gloucestershire a cheeky target, but I don't see what's in that for them. So Zain Ul Hassan.
They would
pushes that
nose
out on
up.
the offside.
They would nose up Gloucestershire's attempt to try and claw back these overs.
Well,
So
it
Gloucestershire would
would.
lose 4 points out of the game.
Hassan thought about one. There was always one there actually out to Josh Shaw. 3 parts of the way to the boundary at square leg. I suspect it will be one of the other potential spinners at the other end, possibly Ollie Price. Zafar in. Lloyd again wants one run, and he'll get it just pushed out to Tom Price at deep cover. So now then, lots of...
Chris Dent's going to open, I think. Chris Dent.
No, this is Ollie Price, I think. He was doing his setting his field.
Yeah, it is Ollie Price. Thank the Lord for that.
Bowling from the college
So,
lawn
thank the Lord for that, says admin, who didn't want somebody strange taking a wicket and found they hadn't got a graphic for that person. So they're all right at the moment. Price just setting his field. It's almost like cricket against the clock, this, Dan, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Don't worry about warming up, Ollie. You just get on the road, mate. Get on the road. Here he goes. Taken down the leg side by Bracey.
Hammond at slip, Phillips at short leg.
Down the leg side again, taken by Bracey. Nice take.
It's clipped by Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd
Interestingly,
clips down to the onside.
Gloucestershire would probably rather bowl at Zain or Hassan because the ball might not go as far.
Played into short leg. Lloyd drives handsomely. He's going to get 4 runs here. Goodman and Dent in pursuit. Can't cut that off. Driven again. Goodman should get this one. And a good throw into James Bracey. That completes the second over.
So 2 overs in just about 4 minutes. That's what Gloucestershire want. In this accelerated period of play, which has no real bearing on the outcome, but it does have a bearing on the points that Gloucestershire could get from this match. That's going to be 4 more to Lloyd as he slashes the first ball of a new over from Zafar down through the third man area and all the way to the rope. 12 without loss.
Will we see Dominic Goodman come on, bowl a few leg breaks?
I don't think so. I don't have that in repertoire at all.
He's saying he doesn't have it in his repertoire.
Far more off spin.
Lloyd has 11 of the 12 and he waits for Zafar. Pushes it out into the offside, fielded by
Tried
Phillips.
to bowl my off spin with Ollie. Learn a bit from him.
Zafar, Chappell behind him. Wheels in once more again, that's let go by the Glamorgan captain. Steered comfortably out into the offside. Got 1 run. Tom Price out on the rope. Those that have turned up today are still here in the main. He's taking the advantage of watching some cricket here in very pleasant watching conditions now. Zafar over the wicket, and that's a good stop in close on the bounce by Joe Phillips, played into the ground by Zain Ul Hassan. Zafar again to Ul Hassan, and he's whistled through that over. Gloucestershire 3 in, and James Bracey will be looking at the clock here.
Trying to see who's on a sub for Ben Charlesworth here. Ed Middleton, I think, is at mid-wicket. Short leg going both ways there. Like a Panenka penalty there, wasn't it? Price in. Nice shot there from Lloyd. Four runs, 17 for none. Just tickle round the corner. Are Glamorgan trying to set something up here? Deny Gloucestershire
No, I don't think so. I think Lloyd is just trying to be
a chance to claw these bowling points back.
positive. They're not scoring fast enough for me. Bear in mind that in a 15 over chase, what is in it for Glamorgan?
They could bowl Gloucestershire out.
I find that hard to believe that could happen on this pitch.
All his sand just tickles that one around the corner. Deny Gloucestershire the chance to claw back those bonus points. So if they got...
They have to be going faster than this.
Yeah, maybe. If they got 100 off the next 10, 12. Left Gloucestershire 150 off 15. Would Gloucestershire take it on? Driven again nicely. Brilliant stuff from Zafar Gahar. Great commitment. Lloyd's playing positively though here. This is all Hassan who drives that nicely. Tom Price in pursuit out on the deep cover boundary. But they'd have to be going at it, wouldn't they? Properly going at it,
Yeah,
I think.
You know, they've.
It's a long shot in. I'm trying to create a bit of excitement for the listener.
Okay.
I'm trying to, you know, keep people tuned into us, mate.
I think they've probably gone for the scones and cream and jam at this point. Maybe with a cup of tea. Zafar Gahar starts his third over. We've only been playing for 10 minutes since the resumption. This is the kind of speed that Gloucestershire want to bowl these overs at. And Lloyd again, I think defends, but he's punched that cleanly up to long off for a single. Miles Hammond is up there. Now then, with Ul Hassan back on strike, Goodman moves in. Backward point, Ul Hassan defends. He's on 5 and adds one more to that with a single squeezed out past Joe Phillips.
Still nothing from Old Trafford.
Time eking away on England, you feel?
Still raining at Old Trafford. Anyone?
Lloyd, again with that little punch, which he doesn't take a single off. Are they going to take one? No, they're not. That's the end of the over. It's a chat between the two batsmen. So Zafar's whistled through 3 overs. Ollie Price has bowled 2. And Gloucestershire.
What time did we come back out? Can you remember?
4:11, I think, was the time that we restarted. So they bowled 5 overs in 12 minutes. So that's the sort of pace they've got to keep going at.
Oh, Hassan defends that one from Ollie Price.
There's a genuine hurry up, as you can see, from Ollie Price to get back to his mark here.
Driven nicely from Zainul Hassan. Throw comes in from Tom Price.
Goodman's going back onto the fence for Lloyd.
What we're really missing here is some jelly babies in the hut. If anyone wants to bring us any, please do. Defended by Lloyd.
James Healy forgot his supply this morning.
Forward defensive again by the man from St Asaph up on the A55, the coastal road. Just off there. Ooh. Lloyd just goes back. Squeezes. Hammond slides, gets the ball back into Bracey as they come through for single.
Comes back to your point, Dan. If this was the end of the third day, pitch just starting.
There's an appeal there for LBW.
To
Nothing happening. 26 for
I'm not
none.
saying it's misbehaving, but just one or two balls that aren't quite
Yeah,
as true as they were at 11 o'clock on the first
I
morning.
agree with you, Ian. I agree with you. I think there's a little bit of, not misbehaviour, but I just think it's signs of, like us in life, Ian, signs of wear and tear.
Zaffa then to start his fourth over and the seventh all told. That's clipped up to Van Meekeren at mid-on by Lloyd. He's got 20 of 26 balls. Defends back up the pitch. Zaffa twirls in once more. And that's pushed out to Christian. There are two players that are covering extra cover quite close together there. Phillips and Dent on the offside. Tom Price back at point on the boundary. And again, Lloyd defends. This time out to the tall figure of Paul Van Meekeren. In fact, Ed Middleton's got Don Goodman's second shirt on out there at the moment, so that he's fielding for Ben Charlesworth, who is not fielding today after having a little knock in the mouth from a ball during a warm-up this morning.
That over there took 1 minute 19 seconds. Let's put the timer on this one from Ollie Price. See how long this one lasts. Zane drives. No run. Again defended, no run. And I think that this game is definitely petering out into a draw. I don't think there's any chance of anyone setting something up.
No, I think that was in your imagination, Dan.
I think so. I'm a glass half full type of guy. Driven, back to Ollie Price. I like to look sort of on the positives.
It still says, I think, -4 on the board.
Cut backwards.
So
Then Meekeren
just ask
fields.
analyst Harry about this. At what point would Gloucestershire know that that rate was coming down? It would come down on the board, wouldn't it?
It's changed. Yeah, it's changed.
It's down to 3.
Yeah.
So they've
Played off the back foot out to Tom Price.
caught up one of the overs.
It is up to -1. As that goes round the corner, that's going to be 4 runs. That's the end of the over. As Ollie Price bowls that in 1 minute 33 seconds.
So forgive me here, how can that go from -4 to -1 in 18 minutes?
It's a 1. Because they bowled.
They've only bowled 8 overs. So you're not judging it over a full hour, are you?
Yeah, because I think that what they'll do is they'll At this rate, they'd be bowling 24 overs in an hour, wouldn't they? They've been out there for 20 minutes.
And interestingly, is that just one run there off the first ball of a new Zafar over. I'm told by Andrew Hignell, the Glamorgan scorer, there's a regulation that says you cannot bowl 24 overs in an hour, kind of to avoid what you might call a semi-farcical situation. So that there is there is a regulation where that is almost not allowed. So if you had for example, if you had Graham van Buren and Bomber Wells bowling, neither of whom take a run up, it would be almost deemed to be illegal. Not quite, but
it's a nice shot.
Nice shot from Al Hassan. He'll pick up 4 out through extra cover. He goes to 12. And maybe Gloucestershire thought that they could potentially get the run rate or the over rate into a position where they've recovered it by 10 minutes to 5, by which stage Glamorgan could declare. That could be game over at that point. That is the most relevant point for Gloucestershire here. It's about the recovery of the 4 points they were threatened to lose at the start of today. That's down the leg side. Zafar in again, and that's pulled by Al Hassan. That will be 4. Josh Shaw unable to haul it in.
Josh Shaw just running off his salmon en croûte that he had for lunch.
I think we know that he probably didn't have the salmon en croûte. It was on offer, but I don't think that's probably high on the culinary delights in the Shaw house.
Oh, Josh's grandmother, I beg to differ, Ian. Ollie Price over the wicket to Lloyd, who whacks that one back with a square. 4 runs. Tom Price gets the ball back in.
I just float something to you here, Dan.
Yeah.
Lloyd made 81 in the first innings.
Yeah.
So he started this second innings needing 59 for 5,000 runs in first-class cricket.
Do you reckon he knows that?
I don't know whether he knows it or not, but he might think he's got a relatively trouble-free way of getting those runs here.
Chris Dent getting one on the inside of the wrist there. Painful blow.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
You'd need to keep most of the strike to get there.
Goodman does the fielding out in the deep. Good arm.
That's Goodman with the right shirt on, I suppose, to Ed Middleton with Goodman's shirt on.
Yeah. Tickle round the corner from Al Hassan. Well, Ed Middleton's a big guy. It's probably only maybe Van Makeren and Goodman who he would fit into their shirt. I mean, he's not going to be borrowing one off Graham van Buren now, is he?
No, he's not.
Price, Lloyd plays it into the covers. Chris Dent fields, 47 for none. 10 overs gone. Glamorgan lead here by 95. Glamorgan have got 7 bonus points at this stage of the game. Gloucestershire have got 6. It's an inevitable draw. The real winner is the weather.
Zavakar to Zain Ul Hassan. That's bunted past Middleton. He's on the chase for it. He won't haul it in, I don't think. It's going to go all the way to the rope. Extra cover on the members' stand side of the ground. And the two fielders wearing 83, both.
Maybe there's 2 Dominic Goodmans.
Yeah. One is a clone of the other. Ul Hassan again. This time defends out on the offside. So that's something that in this match both sides have only lost 6 wickets in their first innings. So here we are, and I know you might say, well, we've lost today completely, but 12 wickets at the end of 2.5 days cricket is not very many. And Hassan picks up 1 more.
Yeah, the over 8's now showing level on the scoreboard.
So Gloucestershire have done well to get back to that position in only 25 minutes. Clip down the ground from Lloyd. I don't see any point in bringing anybody else on to bowl, actually, because that's going to waste another minute or 2. Glamorgan aren't. Does Dent fancy a bowl? Maybe he does. He's going to get one.
He's going to get one. Here we go.
So the man top of the Gloucestershire bowling averages at the start of this game, with 1 wicket for 1 run at the start of this match this season. He's going to come on to bowl from the college lawn end.
Off his long run as well. Bit of deadly Derek Underwood here. Dentally Derek. Here he comes. Ul Hassan works him backwards. Chris Dent doesn't want to ruin his bowling average here, does he, Ian?
He's only bowled 2 overs and 3 balls all season, but the last delivery of that brought him a wicket at Headingley.
You never know. You never know.
I think we worked out, was it 5 years since he'd taken a wicket? Something like that.
Ooh. Is there a little bit of wobble there? Is there anything there? Back into the right-hander. Played up to mid-off. Game just winding down here now. Work round the corner there by Lloyd. Just winding down. There's a few of the faithful still here. Enjoying the evening sunshine. Enjoying this wonderful amphitheatre here in North Gloucestershire. This game just slowly peters out into a draw. Down the leg side, good take there from Bracey. The flame slowly burning out here in the watery evening sunshine. Ul Hassan defends. 12 overs gone. 54 for none. Lloyd 31 not out. Ul Hassan 23 not out.
So in theory, they've got to get to another. They've got to bowl another 6. You may not have to bowl all of those because they may agree to shake hands at 10 to 5. Glamorgan started with a lead of 48. Maybe David Lloyd isn't going to get to his 5,000 runs here. I think he's probably seen enough. Zaffa. Cut away by Lloyd. He'll pick up one more down to
Knew we liked you
to
for a reason.
backward point.
See you later.
Zaffa in once more, and Zain Hassan comes forward, pushes that out on the offside, the left-hander. Probably within 20 minutes of the conclusion of this game, possibly a little less. Zain Hassan perhaps looking for a cheeky little nod out. Zaffa over the wicket to him, and he defends back up the pitch, and on the screen the over 8 now level, which is where Gloucestershire want it. So that means they would in all get 11 points from the match.
And Glamorgan would get 12.
Glamorgan would get 12 indeed. So I think,
Have Gloucestershire got a bowler now, though? Is that right?
well, I just wonder whether they've got to get to a position where the last hour starts with 15 overs to go, obviously.
So there's definitely 5 left.
So it could be 5. They might agree,
Dent.
if Glamorgan declare at 10 to 5, which they could. And I think exceptions that Gloucestershire aren't going to go for the chase.
Cut away by Lloyd. Goodman in pursuit. Fields well. The second Dom. I know it's Van Maker in there.
The clone of Don Goodman.
Dent. Pushing out wide.
See, the lead is 95 at the moment. Lead is 105. Pleasantly
Driven nicely. Goodman round the boundary. Keeps it down to 2.
So in theory, Gloucestershire could say, right, we'll chase it.
There's 3 hopes of that, Ian.
Bob and Non, the two of them.
Yeah, and the Cape of Good Hope. Not forgetting Morris. That completes another over. 59 for none. 14 gone. The dying embers of this game.
So in theory, if they were to declare, there'll be 17 overs left, and the lead is 107 at the moment. 107 in 17 would be tidy.
It's not happening. It's not
I
happening.
don't see it either, by the way. Well, so now they've got the overs level, then I wonder whether there might be just a couple more. Zaffa, the bowl to Zain Hassan, who sweeps out to, out to deep square. There's a fumble, but they only take 1 run. has 36. And he fancies getting a not out here, I think. Zaffa 0 for 27. Merest.
2 over on the over 8 now.
I still find it a surprise that that over 8 has been recovered in such a short space of time. I would have thought that it would have had to have been judged over an hour rather than over a shorter period than that, but I wonder if it's judged on perhaps every 15 minutes.
Well, they're both 15 in 34 minutes.
So it just proves that it can be done. I appreciate it's a slightly false situation. Single once again to Lloyd. It's the end of Zaffa for the moment. Whether that will be it for him remains to be seen. Yes, to concept of bowling possibly as many as more than 20 overs in a single hour. Well, when was the last time that happened in the history of cricket? Dent's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Lloyd.
Club cricket, you always used to be 20 overs or the last hour from 6:30.
Yes, oh yeah, indeed.
Often try and, if you're the fielding side, pretend there was a lost ball if you were trying to slow the game down. Dent's going to come around the wicket to Lloyd. Chris hoping to put a dent in his batting average. Shall I get my coat in? I think it's come at that time of day.
Probably so, Dan. Probably
I think
so.
it's come at that time of day, hasn't it? It really has.
Dent's not hurrying so much now. He doesn't need to.
Little stutter in his run up there. Lloyd just works him into the onside.
Miles Hammond was doing some limbering up. I wonder whether
Joe Phillips, I think, might be having
a twirl.
Yeah. What a story that would be.
So Dent is no longer hurrying though.
Tickled round the corner, no run.
We've gone to a walking pace now, back to Chris Dent's mark. Clock says 4:47. Still 3 balls to go in this over. I wonder if it might be the last one actually.
Is that a little tickle down the leg side there? Maybe it flicked the pad. Bracey wasn't interested. Ollie Price was. Miles Hammond was behind the wickets. But Chris Dent just tugs on his beard.
Yeah, Hammond measuring his run at the chapel end.
Here we go.
So that may indicate there will be one more. Maybe that was just as a cover.
Dent into the crease as All Hassan defends that one.
Right.
Out to the covers.
The clock says 4:49. There's 1 ball to go in the over. Dent's gone round the wicket, over the wicket, round the wicket. He's now,
I think this might be it.
yeah, marking the crease with his boot.
I think this could well be it. I think if you get into the last hour with 16 or 17, I think this could well be
Well, the fact they've slowed absolutely to a crawl for this over suggests that this might just waiting for the clock, I think.
Dent into Hassan, who defends that.
Bracey's still walking to the other end.
Yeah.
They're looking at the clock though. Trying to stop the umpire getting to the middle of shaking hands. That's it.
No, they've shaken hands.
They were trying to stop umpire Neil Pratt rather, getting to the bowler's end, and the clock ticked round, and therefore the match is drawn. Glamorgan 62 without loss in their second innings. Chris Dent creeping through that final over to just see the clock round to 10-5, and the winners arguably the weather and the wicket prepared by Christian Brain, because it has played very well, and who knows what it might have produced had we not lost a day and a half to the weather.
Certainly has, as the rain of yesterday really ruined this one. It was never going to be a contest. Gloucestershire did what they needed to do. They got their over rate back. Zafar Gahar, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28. Chris Dent, 3 overs, none for 7. And Ollie Price, none for 27 off 5.
So match drawn. Gloucestershire, I think, will still be a point behind Derbyshire in the table. That will confirm, obviously ahead of the Worcestershire match. But Glamorgan head to Leicester, and Gloucestershire have 2 days to try and recover and assess who is fit for the Worcestershire match, which starts here on Wednesday. But out of today, some welcome runs for the top order.
Yeah, James Bracey will be pleased with his contribution there. 60 not out. He needed that. He was struggling a little bit for form. Chris Dent, first 100 of the season, he'll be pleased with that as well. 113. Ollie Price, 84, continues his good form. Miles Hammond as well cements his place as the top run scorer there for Gloucestershire. So yeah, they'll be pleased with, the batters getting into sort of nick, and it's been a good little workout, but they want to beat Worcestershire here. They don't want another dead duck, and the weather forecast isn't looking great. But if you're around, do come down here on Wednesday. It will be some fascinating cricket. Just the ambience of Cheltenham will be here. The talks in the marquees before the game, and at lunchtime, the food stalls here. It's a wonderful, wonderful venue. If you can't make it, join us on the stream.
Thanks to James, as ever, for his work on the cameras. Thanks to Dan. And to you for your company as well. If it's been a quiet Sunday with the cricket in the background, that's probably been representative of the cricket we've seen here. Gloucestershire against Glamorgan here at Cheltenham. Match drawn. We'll see you on Wednesday for the championship game against Worcestershire. But for tomorrow, if you want to watch the Western Storms match played here at Cheltenham, don't forget it starts at 10:30. More cricket to come here at Cheltenham over the next fortnight. Hope the weather can match that we've had today. We'll see you soon.